drum to what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Oh.
Hello and welcome everybody back to Sunday, August 10th here in the LTA South. We are unfortunately having some tech issues, so please bear with us while we're trying to get set up here. Apologies for that. Joining us today for now, because we're having some tech issues with Trajan, who's supposed to be our play-by-play, we have Rose rejoining us, not just as our producer, but co-casting alongside me potentially for this game one. Rose, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Hopefully everyone can hear me. This is a little different in terms of like my mic having to go to stream instead of, just talking in RFC's ear. But I'm just here to cover for a little bit until Trajan manages to get his way over here. So thank you for dealing with this.
Thank you for hopping on, and now y'all will get to hear all the witty banter that Rose usually provides us in our ears as casters when we're casting as well. But our matchup for today, it's the last day of the pick and play right before we enter the elimination phase, and the teams are ready and raring to go. We've got Fluxu W7M 7th place right now. They've got 1 game win and 0 series win up against Leviathan, who is 8th with 0 wins game or series wise. So neither of them will be able to make the top bracket, but they are going to be paying for pride right now in the lower bracket. We've got Fluxu W7M already with the Trundle, Azir, and Bessa pickup, and Leviathan with the good old Nocturne Ori combo that we've actually not seen this split along with the Renekton.
I'm getting a little traumatized here because I'm a top lane main, all right? I hate facing Renekton, and I hate facing Trundle, all right? These are dope champions that are gonna smack it out a little bit. However, I think this is going to be in best of top, Trundle jungle, Azir mid, nothing too different out of the way. Renekton, of course, being that little lane bully that always just will bully you. It's just the way that Renekton does. Hopefully, he's going to be able to hold that top lane for Leviathan for a little bit. Zotfi on Nocturne, however, this is what I'm excited for. That paranoia coming in and just wiping off that map completely. No one's going to be able to see anything. I'm really excited to see how Leviathan can use this Nocturne.
For sure, and especially, well, Zothvi on Nocturne would be absolutely terrifying because top lane Nocturne hasn't been a thing for a while, but scary. I think going to be able to live up to his name with the Nocturne pick. It is a champion that he was using in the past as well, so he's very, very comfortable on it. If anything, my question is on House and whether he can kind of time that Orianna properly with the Nocturne. House has not had a particularly fun time back here in the LTA South after a stint in CD. The split has been rather rough for him, and going up against Fu, that's going to be an interesting one as well, because Fu, ever since he was a rookie, has always stood out for his individual performance. Fluxu W7M has struggled as a team around Fu, but Fu has always been the bright spot for the team. Now, picking the bot lane here for both of these teams, really, we've got Sivir coming through from CEO, a big sort of late game carry that does skill up, can do a lot of wave clear, I think pairs very well, quite independent champion. And Fluxu W7M, Marvin has switched to a much more supportive role with the Senna to come through and the Rel. So they're really setting up for Fu to shine on this year.
I was just looking, I was letting you ramble for a little bit because I was just looking at this Senna pick from Fluxo, and I'm like, I do not like the Senna pick at all. I don't know where, if at all, Fluxo is going to have the ability to chunk through this Renekton and Nautilus with the Senna pick. I like the Rel pick, Rel being that little amazing engage that always sort of gets in where you need to. Love the Nautilus pick as the counter. Nautilus is this sort of hook buddy. Get in, go in, be the meatball. Kind of never really fails to do anything where he needs to do. In terms of pure comp right now, I'm sitting on Leviathan's side. I think it's a little easier for them to execute, and that's where my money is right now.
Fair enough, yeah. I think the ease of execution for sure. They've definitely got a lot more team fighting tools to come through, even without the Nocturne. The Orianna really solid in being able to just carry team fights on her own, and with the Sivir, that late game insurance is always there. Now, of course, when we look over to the side of Fluxu W7M, though, while they're team fighting, they might not have as many team fight damage sources, because you don't really think of Trundle and Mbessa necessarily as team fight champions. Individually very good, and the split push is going to be very, very strong. Pick tools, especially with the way that Pillar has been working and the way it interacts with Sivir and the spell shield not really saving you from the slow. They have advantages of their own, and the Senna, the same Senna that you're talking about, Rose, as well, that kind of you don't like. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it, but it does get range advantage, and that is something that Sivir traditionally does struggle against. Sivir very short range as far as carries go. Now her bouncing will be able to reach the back line, and that's kind of how she wins a lot of team fights. But yeah, we'll have to see if Marvin is able to maybe get a big enough range advantage, and maybe we just see Fuxi W7M just kind of kiting back, getting a lot of that poke down, getting sustained, and only really engaging after Leviathan has been low from all that poke.
So, I'm happy to announce that we have found our missing caster. Where's Trajan? I swear I put Trajan right here. He should be in this box. Let me go find him real quick. Where is he? Where is he? There he is.
There we go. Welcome, Trajan.
Hello.
You're alive.
I'm gonna leave you guys to it.
FourY4's basement.
Right. You know, you guys are here.
Running around outside. I was lost on the street. You know, I was cold. I was hungry. I was in the mood for some League of Legends. Couldn't find it. Couldn't find the games. But thankfully, Rose dragged me in. Now, just in time. Apologies, everybody. Apologies, RMC. Right, what are we looking at here, folks? Because I'll be honest, I was very... When I saw I got this series, you know, some people might go, oh, it's the bottom two teams. I don't want to do this one. This isn't the cool one. I wanted to see this series. And the reason for that is this was my week to go out on a limb for Leviathan. We did it on the podcast, that then the recording died and exploded and we couldn't post it. But I put it in the Discord before today for posterity. This was the series where I went out on a limb and said 2-1 Leviathan.
True, and you can screenshot it. It is in our Discord. If you haven't seen it, if you don't know where it is, the links are on our Twitter as well, which you should be able to find, I think, on the channel here. You can go check that out. But Trajan, you've been having a bit of a tough run of it. You were away for a while, then you're sick, and hopefully you're feeling better now, and then you're coming in. Your podcast exploded.
Yeah,
now we're having problems on stream for that. I'm open housed as well, man, so that you've got one bright spot at least this week.
It's not been the summer of Trajan so far, I'll be honest. It's not been my summer. I think 2026 is my year, but we'll have to hope. Going into this one, just to catch up on the drafts and everything, obviously a Nocturne Ori does seem to be one of the most successful tools for a team that really just can't put it together, that it's just, you can always put Nocturne Ori together. It seems like this can be a very useful crutch for a team like Leviathan that maybe needs to get on the same page. I like that we're giving Seo scalers. I think that's the way to use this guy, the best possible way. And it seems like Top Club wants to get stuck in already. They've got level 2 advantage. Pro Delta getting shields down, burning away with the Ignite, but nice little advantage for Leviathan 2v2.
Yeah, unfortunately for Leviathan, they are now playing in the LTA South. And in the LA, I don't know if this is a thing, but back in CB Law, there used to be a little rule called the Law of X's, which was when a player gets kicked from the team or when a player leaves the team, they win their first match against that team. And I'm looking across the rosters a little bit here, which we didn't cover. And Fuxi W7M, they kind of changed their entire roster, pretty much only keeping Fu and Marvin. But one of these players was a former Leviathan player. Prods in the bot lane, going up against CEO as well. To me, that's a lane I'm watching, because Prods has always done best when he's actively roaming and making plays happen. But here in Fuxi W7M, we haven't seen that too much. He's not been connecting with Yampi. Instead, he's been sitting with Marvin. I do think that helps Marvin's laning stats a little bit. But, you know, up against CEO top lop right now looking very aggressive despite the need for Sivir to scale up.
Oh yeah, again, as soon as they hit that level boundary onto 3, Toplop is hooking in before the skill's even been pressed, you know, before it's even leveled it up yet, it seems. So Toplop really wants to get stuck in, and Yamping out, trying to get something done in the mid lane. House will have to step away, but Scary's around the corner. Fu, of course, the early Azir can only do so much, and they will be able to walk that mid laner out for Leviathan. Nice little trade off the back of it as well. Spends the mana, but has the HP now advantage.
Yeah, Fu's still kind of losing out a little bit on that trade despite the help.
This is brother. He's going in. Brother's going in. He's got the stun. He's got the dice. The Q. One auto is enough.
You don't got it.
Flashes away. Curty happy to receive the gift in the mail, but Scary. This guy still has flash. You will force him to burn it. But my guy Zoffy did the calculations wrong. Has to TP back in now in shame.
I really thought he had it with the Fury building up. That, you know, Zoffy knew exactly what he could do. Turns out I should never have not doubted him, because there was a lot of question marks on that. By the way, Curdy, with that's his 5th solo kill. He currently leads the solo kill board. He was tied at 4th with Kaze for the most solo kills entering this game. And now with that first blood, he is at solo 5th. We get the replay on this call. And for Zothby, you know, he calls the Meeks early to get that heal, and then he starts trading this, and the Fury's building up. And I think he kind of just miscalculated a little bit on how much minion damage he was taking this entire time, and he thought the heal would be enough, but he doesn't actually tag the minions on it, so he only gets the heal off Curdy, and not the extra bit off the extra minions, and that could have made all the difference.
Yeah, Toplop still finding the hooks onto Marvin after the wave is crashed away. Seo going to step away with that small CS advantage. to go alongside Houses in the Midland. And to be fair, Zoffy's in the top, but that is going to get eaten away by this freeze that Curti now has. So Fluxu, they've got an advantage up in the top lane. Maybe see if Curti can convert those solo kills into team fights later on. But we know that Fluxu have the scaling on their side. Well, not necessarily on their side, but they have the scaling, right? They do have scaling options, and they're certainly not gonna fall off later.
Yeah, I think both these teams, in terms of just raw damage and their skill wings, are fairly comparable for the most part. So a lot of it will just come down to execution. Speaking of execution, Prods with the roam up that we were hoping for.
There's the flash. House held it, but can now use it if he's holding it for very last second. No ult available for Fu, and House will get away level 5. Yampi around the corner, but not going to go deep to try and interrupt it. Meanwhile, Sayo and Toplop swapped over to top side, trying to catch a rotating Marvin. They have found the center still, and will be able to keep that bullying going. Zothvi still going to have to deal with the Ambessa problem he's created.
And that's on Zothvi. He created the problem, he can deal with it. Nobody else
brother.
wants to. And I think Fluxu W7M with the good rotate, they're not even going to miss much CS whatsoever either. Both Marvin and Curti going to be able to get to their lanes in fine fashion. Prods engaging on the top lop.
Yeah, and again, Leviathan happy to take this fight. Sayo does take a fair old chunk. Obviously, the Senna from Marvin is going to be able to help heal Pro Delta and himself up with those Qs. So still a little bit of a turnaround here in that top side. Pro Delta without the heal, without the flash, used it in that bot lane, or mid lane play, I should say. But Sayo good top lop going to happily receive this wave crashing in as the Dragon being picked up by Scary on bot.
I think it's worth noting that both of these supports, Toplop and Prods, neither of them are actually running the unsealed spellbook that has become hyper popular ever since MSI. They're both actually just going with the good old Aftershock. So they do want to be trading heavily. And Prods actually leaving the lane, abandoning Marvin once again to roam out again. I like the idea, but he needs to connect with Yampi. And the first gank mid lane, they did not connect. Prods went in way before Yampi was ready and available.
Into the pause right here. Looked like it might be a disconnect from Toplop's PC just at the very end right there. We'll see what's going on. I can see how's all the left players looking down towards the bot side. So judging by the laughter, this could be a coffee spilled on keyboard situation. We'll see what's going on right here, but I'm sure we'll get back in before too long. So here's the thing I want to, while we're waiting on this to resolve, RMC, one of my thrust on the podcast to try and carry the torch for Leviathan one last time is that I thought their series against, I believe it was VKS that they played with Scamber subbing in on support, if, you know, it wasn't Leviathan, if so many of these plays, individual moments, I think they looked perfectly fine. They were finding picks, they were even in early games, they were able to get into mid game, they were punishing VKS. It's just that when it came down to the latter stages, the throws went back and forth, and at least one of those VKS games, it was just a matter of who threw last. They were both tossing that one back and forth, and it just gets to 50 minutes. And unfortunately, Leviathan, your throw was the one where Baron and Elder are now up or whatever, and you've lost. So that game, I think they were basically a coin flip away from beating VKS in at least one of those games. And individual moments from that series, I thought Leviathan actually had plenty of positives to take away. That was my feeling anyway.
That's fair, and I do agree that, you know, 8th place, 0 wins does feel a bit rough for them. And I think statistically, there is something to what you're saying. Actually, I was looking at some of their stats this split, specifically sort of their kill participation stats, as well as their gold percentage stats. And one of the biggest things that stood out, thank you, Rose, for the graph there. One of the biggest things that stood out to me for kill participation was who is getting into the kills, right? Like top laner Zothvi not getting in there. That's normal. That's top lane for you. But we've got Toplop, Scary, and CEO. And if you think back to split 2, CEO actually had the lowest kill participation throughout most of that split as an AD carry, which was horrific. You can't win a fight without your AD carry. Well, this split, CEO is topping their kill participation along with Toplop. So that bot lane is actively getting in there. And I think that helps a lot in terms of actually being able to win fights. Now, the big problem is, and I look at the gold share, CEO has the highest. The second highest goes to House, and House in kill participation is missing. So it's shifted from the AD carry to the mid lane, who's not showing up to the fights. If they can get House and CEO to the fights, I can see, you know, them winning some of those fights like they were doing against VKS.
Yeah, I mean, I think there were, I think it was the Rise game for House, and I think it was the VKS series that, again, started pretty well for them and just starts to fall apart because Zothvi's hit the 1 and 7 mark, and it's like, well, you know, it was a rough series for Zothvi, you know, it was very tough for him, and I think some of these games become a little unplayable And yeah, I think the calculation has maybe gone awry. You know, the scientific calculator maybe stepped on in the break and has not quite recovered for Zothvi, unfortunately. We've seen it again today. So, but I think that for some of this, like, some of these problems for House were unplayable games due to situations like that. However, there were a lot of bad decisions being made as well. There was like the Azir game with very badly judged engages. There was the Akali game with rough laning into very badly judged engage timings. Like, he's definitely not all there right now. And I think you can see that. But normally House is the 26% and his AD carry is down at like 21, 22. We've now reversed that. House is no longer the breadwinner in this team, and traditionally has been. Seo, I think, is right now a better choice for breadwinner, I would say. I think Seo is a more reliable breadwinner. You can drop him on the server. You've got so many scalers, the Jinxes, you know, Yunara's now coming up. I think it's valuable to feed this guy, and it's how House ends up slotting into that new world order. If he's Orianna-ing for Nocturne Orianna, I think that's probably the best thing you could do right now. You know, just give him a ball on the null, and do not ask this guy to carry. Do not feed him. He's just not in a place to win you the games right now, you know? And that's just the reality of it.
Sometimes you just need to check people in Orianna jail, time them out for a little bit, and they, you know, will fix their problems. I love your point about judgment as well, because House is the 4th lowest KDA in the entire league right now. A lot of it because his kills aren't coming through, and his deaths are very, very high. He's the only mid laner in the bottom 5 as well in terms of KDA. But his damage share is high, so he's pumping out damage. He's got 27.8%, 4th highest damage share in the entire league. So he's trying to do stuff. It's just, like you said, I think the critical moments judgment is flawed. But let's talk top lane and Zothvi and Kurti for a little bit right now, because Zothvi is absolutely struggling. We talk about House being 4th lowest KDA. Dead last in KDA right now. That's Zothvi. Why? Because he's got the highest average deaths. 4.5
right now. He's doing week 1 robo stuff, like, up there. He is taking the mantle.
Yeah, and he's doing it along with Toplop. Toplop also tied for a highest average deaths, and Griffin as well. But Toplop and Griffin are having impact when they're dying.
Yeah, I think Toplop's getting stuck in there, you know, and in a good way. And Zothvi maybe in a bad way, we could say, getting stuck in there. Just not knowing when to be in and out, you know, and perhaps not losing the most gracefully, you know. It's sometimes you see it in top laners, especially because they're so isolated, that if you start to lose, sometimes it spirals out of control in a way that you might not see in other areas of the map.
And it's particularly dangerous against Kurti, where Kurti has the highest solo kills, as we mentioned. He's got the 2nd lowest KDA, actually, because he's also dying a lot. But he's getting enough kills to kind of make up for that. And this makes his top lane very volatile, and something we should keep our eyes on, because it could become the gaping hole that causes games to be won or lost.
Yeah, for sure. I think that for Leviathan, the one kind of aspect here, we've got the struggles of House, the potential of Seo, but we haven't seen it realized for a while. The new implementation of Toplop and Zothvi struggles, and then Scary's just kind of under the radar, right? He's there. He's actually, I think, been pretty inoffensive. He seems to be doing a pretty good job. We saw his KP is nicely high. It's like high 80%, right? He's getting stuck in. He's doing a lot of work, and he's becoming, I think, a very good sort of journeyman jungler. And up against Yampi has traditionally been a kind of similar position. It's just like, this guy will certainly jungle, but won't necessarily hit the highs of people like Croc or Desamis or what have you. So Scary, I think, is maturing quite nicely from where we started. But again, it's a pretty tough project to turn around. The struggles are very real. So I'm wanting to see how much Scary can do. He has been known to perform well on struggling rosters before. And I think as a baseline jungler, he is actually showing me a lot of good. I'm seeing a lot of stuff that I like there, as it will be Fluxy W7M to pick up the grubs at this time, but of course they do have a bit of an advantage up in the top side right now, and Kurti is ready to keep control of bot side for Zothvi. He doesn't even have TP on the Renekton right now, so there's just no point opting for the 4v5 if you can avoid it.
Yeah, just very, very risky. Scary was in turn looking to try and maybe get a gank off in the mid lane, has hit level 6, has the paranoia, and especially with the Nocturne, it's not so much as what we're seeing as what we are not, or what Fluxy W7M will not be able to see with that paranoia. And unfortunately for Scary, I do think mid lane was a bit of an optimistic position to look at. Yes, House is winning lane, which is good, and then maybe you can try and make a play off of that. But as you pointed out, because of the way the bot lanes or the top laners in the bot lane were kind of going, in the fact that Curdy at
Yeah.
TP advantage, trying to make a play away from that's just always kind of iffy, and playing around your weak side kind of nullifies your ability to use that paranoia as well to look for that early pick into and transition into an objective.
Yeah, we don't have to do Orianna ult every time, Scary. You know, you've also got a Nautilus with an ult. You know, you've got a Renekton with a stun. We don't have to, later on, sure, Nocturne Aurea up all you like, but let's see if we can get that next paranoia to hit a little harder. Nocturnes always want to get those first ults, accruing gold, getting them into that mid game nice and comfortably. Zothvi, sadly, remaining in Ambessa jail right now, and is still up in CS by 10 or so, which fair play to him, but is unlikely to be actually controlling the Ambessa in any way, and is really just trying to keep his head above water.
Yeah, for all the kill threat that Curdy's generating, it's not creating necessarily big lane leads. And now there is the threat if Curdy all ins on this. Scary's waiting in the wings, but I think the spidey senses are tingling for Curdy there, or comms, people are telling him to calm down. He's not going to throw it just yet. He has no vision, does not know that Scary's nearby.
Here he comes around the corner onto a pink one. Flash in. There's that flash stun coming through, and he's gone.
Wow.
Curdy evaporates. Scary knows what's up. Heads up to Zothvi, gets that single kill, and to be honest, we've kind of fixed top lane now, because he already had the CS lead. He's going to get the play, and Zothvi, despite the struggle early on, is now probably going to be comfy for the next little while.
Yeah, now Leviathan kind of winning out in most of their lanes. The opposite side of the map, though, with CEO and Marvinar, I guess they're in the mid lane currently. But that is one of the lanes that kind of has been swinging a lot back and forth. During the lane swaps, it felt like Fluxy W7M ironically actually caught up in CS and, you know, equalized things despite the fact that it was Leviathan calling for those lane swaps. But now that things have stabilized a little bit again, we've been seeing CEO, you know, catch up the CS, you know, being able to shove in that wave. And then now Marvin again back up there. It's ping-ponging a lot. And I do feel like in the mid lane, with the amount of traffic that can go through, I'd like to see more traffic going through, trying to shut down these AD carries, stop the scaling from what is likely to be the big late game carries.
Yeah, I'm interested that we've gone for the Senna for Marvin. I don't think we've seen it this split form, and I don't know if I've seen it ever in tier 1, to be honest. Because it just, I mean, obviously it's kind of, it's more niche last split. We did see it coming out from, you know, Snaker, maybe IUs, this kind of thing, but Marvin, I think, doesn't tend to touch it. So we'll see how well we can make this work, because obviously he does have a little advantage coming through, and we know the scaling is, of course, massive for the Senna. You've already got the Azir, you know, and the Trundle to pick up the auto-attacking duties in that game, you know, Ambessa as well, even with so many resets coming through. As Yampi going to step onto the Dragon, trying to even the score up. Will not be contested by Scary, it looks like, at this juncture. Doesn't even have the paranoia quite up right now, so probably just going to let that one slide.
Yeah, so objectives not being contested by either team. Lev getting the first one uncontested, and Fluxy W7 getting grubs, and now Dragon as well, with no real answer from Leviathan. So, unfortunately, Trajan, it looks like Lunar's Curse might be coming through. It's looking a bit like CBLCK. We're not seeing too much action. Prods and Yampi.
Okay, they're trying to take control of this brush, but aggressive positioning here. In comes the ult. Now follows the flash immediately to keep that fear ticking. Yampi's got one, but Marvin's not going to survive. It's support for AD carry prods, and Yampi looking to punish Scary now. Seo's watching to see what he can do. Flash in from Bro Delta, in fact, as House with a solo kill in bot lane. What is going on? RMC, you invoked the curse, and it decided to throw it back in your face.
Perfect. I cast the curse, the Lunar Curse. We got this working. Damn right I will. Now, the fight in the mid side was kind of forced and really unfortunate for Marvin. His flash was timed a little, you know, iffy, and because of that, Scary's paranoia actually chased all the way through. Didn't have to worry too much about that, and Scary being able to pick up that kill nice and easy. What really shocked me, though, was the sort of 1v1 that happened in the bot lane, and House getting the solo kill. And as the president of the House fan club, Trajan, I'm pretty sure you're happy about how that one went, but it feels like it came out of nowhere. And Fu, a player that we look at to be a mechanical genius, you know, really good at these 1v1 situations, he just flat out lost to House, who has been struggling since his return to the LTA South. And yeah, like that just kind of came out of nowhere. I hope they replay it, because I would love to see how that went down.
Yeah, so we're going to see this mid lane play instead. And let's watch Scary following Marvin here, because it is such tight timing. He actually, I think he follows the flash.
Oh, he
actually lands him. He's just kind of, he's preparing for it. And Marvin, you know, he's trying to get to that wall. It's just a little too far to get there in time, you know. It's kind of an awkward position for him. And now let's look at the Ori 1v1. Fu asked for this.
Oh, yeah, and just the micro plays, right? The way Scary flash over, and now the way House as well with the shockwave, pulling Fu back, even with the Shurima Shuffle, or not Shuffle, pardon me, the Emperor's
Yeah.
Divide, to kind of try and stop and push House away from continuing the engage. It didn't matter because the Shockwave still pulled him back in, that landed the extra autos, and it was just that easy for House to be able to find that. And for Fuxu W7M, I am very worried about what this does to their mentals, right? The fact that suddenly both your carries, or both your traditional carries, end up going down in these sort of early engages. The snowball starts to go for Leviathan, and like you said as well, Trajan, Leviathan last week, they didn't look that bad against Katesers.
Yeah.
They looked competitive, and if you're giving them these early kills, if they're starting to feel their confidence, Fuxi W7M have to be careful not to get overrun by Leviathan.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Leviathan, you have the momentum on the flip side, and as we know, you know, the chat loves to bring up, we love to bring it up. We do love a throw here down in the LTA South. We love a bit of toss and catch, and Leviathan has, you know, still been falling prey to that. In, you know, part of the reasons that that series went down 2-0 against VKS, in my opinion, is just too much propensity for throwing at certain points. Now they've got the lead again against Fluxy W7M, the weakest team besides themselves, at least by score and by standings. I think it's fair to say this is the time when you need to show us you can just get the job done when you've got a lead.
Actually, it's kind of funny because I think it was last week during interviews, Jose Deodo actually said that he thinks Isurus is the weakest team, along
they
with
lost, right?
Red. Yeah, well, true. But
what-
it's the other team that he
Who was
thought was
Red?
weak was Red. Yeah, and I was like, what? In what world does Red
House.
look weak? So we'll have to see. House?
Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, well, when the entire, you know, ton of bricks comes down on your head, he'd already flashed aggressively in that previous play.
Yeah.
Didn't know what was in there, and it came back to bite him.
Yeah, interesting choice by Fuxi W7M. I don't hate it, and to me it's a good
Another
connection.
interesting
Scary.
choice by Scary, who goes in
Brother?
to try and get the kill, but now he's just going to get popped under tower. Another questionable maneuver, but this time in a negative sense, and this is the tower gone anyway.
Yeah, so they're going to lose the turret, and Fuxi W7M will get a gold lead after all is said and done on this play. And the Herald has spawned as well, so Fuxi W7M should get first move advantage, should be able to show up in force. And Leviathan, they don't have people to stop it. Top Lob right now is just trying to clear vision best he can to try and slow things down. But yeah, Scary, by the time he respawns, Yampy is going to be in that area. Pro Delta should be with him, setting things up. We get to see a replay on this for House, and to be fair to House, you're not expecting everybody to be coming out of bush in that lane right at that moment. Granted, you didn't have vision on anybody, should have been saved, you knew Prods was missing, but I don't blame him for what happens. This, however,
Yeah.
this is just illegal and egregious. Like, Scary, what are we thinking? Even if Scary gets the kill, even if he does, you're trading a 1-for-1 and losing all the jungle pressure anyways. Like, just the fundamental strategic call is weird.
Yeah, man.
Oh, man,
same,
Sammy's
same.
enjoying himself.
Yeah, like I'm just like, what is my man doing? Yeah, very, very questionable stuff by Scary there. And Leviathan, you know, as soon as I brought it up, we start going a little bit crazy on it. Zothby now gonna have to try and slice and dice his way out. He's gonna have to give that tower up. So Fluxu gonna take a turret lead. Leviathan still to break one, but House I think should get bot lane before Curti can stop him, and they might actually put a little dive on the Ambessa this time. Obviously, that's a bit of a risky prospect. We'll see how he handles it.
Yeah, well played from Curdy. He knows he's paying attention to where everybody is, knows that they're overloading topside. He's not safe, so he just backs off completely. Actually goes into the jungle. And I think he might have spotted out Scary in the jungle before deciding to go back to the lane. So turrets being traded, but as we talked about, the Herald, Fluxy W7M, they get the numbers advantage there on the right side. They're going to go for this play. And by the time Leviathan respond, even with the TP that came, the TP that came through from House, it's just too late at that point. And if anything, Lev should be looking to set up for the next objective, the Dragon instead on that bot side.
Yeah, absolutely. Fluxu not going to leave that one unattended on the table. They'll take the Herald for themselves. Going to pick up this mid lane turret as well. We haven't seen much from Sayo recently. The action has been elsewhere, but he is now probably approaching that second item, to be honest, with the CS that he's been able to put up. And then that Sivir, obviously, we're looking for really third and fourth items to really start hitting. But that timer is still going, and Sayo is keeping his nose clean. You know, he's keeping himself out of trouble so far.
Yeah, and that's all you can really ask for your Sivir. Marvin kind of doing the same thing as well. Pretty evenly matched in terms of CS. The big gold discrepancy, I think, coming just mostly from the cull that CEO actually just sold to buy his not quite second item, but the components of his second item there. We did see second turret also go down for the side of Fluxy W7M, so Leviathan able to answer up the turret gold very quickly, and that 1.2k gold advantage, despite being down a kill, that's just from Lev. I think having a better time of it in their lanes in general, from the mid lane and the top lane especially. That top side that started so heavily Curdy favored is flipping pretty darn hard. 1.1k gold advantage for Zothie when all said and done.
Yeah, it does seem like that there was a lot of sensible stuff going on right here from both these teams. There have been a couple of loss of mind moments. There's been a couple of very questionable things, but they've kind of shared them equally, and we're ending up more or less where we were. So Leviathan hasn't lost the entire plot of those recent plays, and Fluxu still has the scaling ticking up. They've got the Herald dropped in mid lane, trying to rotate over to this dragon would be the second for either of them, and now the question has been asked to Leviathan: do you want to contest this?
And yes, they do.
Oh,
They're
yes,
even
they
going
do.
for the deep TP flank from Zothie right now. They're able to answer the Herald. It got taken down very quickly by CO. Their lights are off.
Oh, they found the Azir actually, and then Zothie's there for the stun. Can they quite get it?
Can't
Top blocks,
move.
cleans it up. Marvin working on Seo. Yampi's going to chase him down. Curti trying to keep himself alive, but Leviathan's hunting him down. And Besset slippy as ever, but cannot quite stay alive. Seo critically lives under the turret. And now Fluxu W7M scattered to the four winds across the jungle. They're going to get picked apart by that top side for Leviathan. And again, it's a bit messy, but we love the flank from Zothie. That worked out beautifully.
Yeah, and with that, Leviathan, they're able to kind of split their attentions, get the dragon and the mid lane outer turret at the same time, because they managed to hunt down pretty much everybody on the side of Fluxu W7M, pushing out Prods, Yampi, the sole survivors, into untenable positions where they can't contest. And really well played from Leviathan. They're the ones who pulled the trigger. They get the deep flank, and the chaos it causes in Fluxu 7M, you could see they weren't ready for all the angles. The start of this onto Fu, the target selection was immaculate. Fu was overstepping a little bit. Nobody that close by, and look at the bounce house that came through. The CC chain and top lop getting the depth charge on multiple members. It was just, okay, right from the get-go. Fu, Shurima, your emperor has departed. He just did not get to do anything. Marvin couldn't keep him alive, and it's just a hunt down thereafter for sort of the remaining members. Yampi's kind of lucky that he manages to get away there because everybody's focusing on Marvin. But yeah, you can see Fluxu 77's coaching staff right now. They know it's a tough one.
Not a laugh for that one. That's a facepalm instead from that play, sadly. But the emotions worn on the sleeves, as they often are in this region. Now, the Atacon has been spawned. Leviathan now sitting on a 3k lead. If the previous pattern is to be believed, this is the time for them to toss the fight and throw the lead. And we will see if history is going to repeat itself. Just look at that gold graph. All three carries for Leviathan are topping the charts right now. Fu is close, but Marvin a little further. Curti kind of in the dumpster now after such a good start for him. It's another failed transition there, but looks like Fluxu not even going to try to contest this one.
No, Curti does have teleport if he does want to get in there. There is a actually ward behind where you're seeing top up standing. But yeah, Fluxu W7N, they just feel really gun shy after that last fight and don't want to go for this one. And I don't blame them. There's an item mismatch coming through as well. The fact that we're seeing CEO with the Navori Quick Blades already completed, Marvin quite far behind, unfortunately, and only 48 stacks as well. They're just not in a position to contest. You'd rather go for the free, uncontested, easy gold in that mid inner turret. Open up the map a little bit more, though. I'm going to argue that might actually come back to bite them, because scary, the bigger the map, the less turrets there are, the scarier that Nocturne is.
Yeah, absolutely. Behind every dark corner, you could be waiting. House now has an ult that really hits heavy. Almost completed the Rabadon's third item with a Storm Surge second. This is all about the burst, all about that first combo. As Seo is now heading towards that third item as well. So Fluxu maybe running out of time to keep control of this game before the objectives like Baron, like Soul, like Elder just kind of start to whittle away at their chance to come back, even with the scaling they have.
And I think that keywords what you said there, Trajan, about them control. They don't have control whatsoever. And actually, as I say that,
Prods is still happy to send it in there. Scary with a defensive paranoia to reposition. Top lap holding the front line. Another House ultimate keeps that front line in. Love the aggression ultimate by Curti onto House, but Seo has arrived and starts to tear through them. A shove back by the Azir cannot keep Leviathan at bay. And Curti, despite the good catch onto Orianna, is now left running for the hills. And Leviathan put another massive team fight win on the board.
And this one is really going to hurt Fluxu W7M. They could even potentially lose an inhibitor turret. If Leviathan want to group up, it looks like they're not. They're taking it slow, but they're still well in control. Another huge gold boon, 5,000 advantage for Leviathan. And for Fluxu W7M, I've just got massive questions for them, right? Like, look, I said Prods and Yampi need to start working together. This is not what I meant. Don't int together. But they kind of did, because they started that fight without Fu, without Marvin. Where are your carries? You were... And the speed of the collapse from the Leviathan is just so much faster. They're all kind of in the area. You've got to keep in the back of your mind. Paranoia, on the hunt. These are great mobility tools. Look at how Fu just gets zoned out. So the actual body's in there. Yampy, Curdy, Prods, no damage to come through whatsoever. And Scary's more than happy to just go diving in, distracting Curdy, the only real damage source, to allow CEO and House to just pump out the damage. And then Curdy, he goes in, he goes out the side. And House is more than happy to greet him. House, as you said, almost with the death cap complete. I've got to imagine after that fight, House has the death cap completed. No?
Once he
Or
backs,
I hope he gets it after. Yeah, I think he's just picking up one more blue buff, yeah. But once he gets that, jeez.
Yeah, at the start of that fight, Zothfi has got to be maybe 1 second from his teleport or his back completing, and he didn't have teleport. That would have been a 4v5, like a reduced one, but Zothfi diving on is kind of the main thing that killed Fu in that fight, right? That threat forces him to ult and move back, and that timing just falls the wrong side of the line for Fluxu once again, and now House picking up the death cap. It is going to get even tougher. 1 minute left on the Baron. A Dragon approaching Mountain Soul for Leviathan as well. Just 2 more to pick up, and we've got to pick our moments a little more carefully, I fear, Fluxu W7M. We cannot be throwing games like that.
No, and to be honest, Trajan, I'm not even sure they get kills. Even if Zothfi wasn't there, I just don't think they get enough damage to find anything. They are fallen so incredibly far behind, and that's weird from Fluxu W7M. Their issue this split has not really been the decision making necessarily. Sometimes, yes, they're a little bit not proactive enough for my tastes, but when they make a call, usually the call has been solid. Their macro has actually been not that bad. Where they have been falling apart has been in sort of being able to match hands. This sort of CS discrepancy we're seeing come through from Curdy, that's not that surprising. Marvin and Prods has often struggled to actually match 2v2 in a region filled with bot lane talent. But this game, already falling behind from sort of the 1v1, 2v2 situations, but with some of these baffling engages, you're just putting yourself deeper and deeper in a hole, and with that gold lead growing as well, the margin of error is non-existent. Fluxu W7 have to find catches. They're not finding them, and Lev aren't throwing hard enough for you to make it way back in.
Oh, they're going for another one, but again, Leviathan knew this was happening. They checked the brush with Sayo, they had top flop step in there for vision, they've TP'd off V, and now the paranoia is down. They cannot do the Nocturne Orianna combo, but Leviathan instead turning to mid lane, Fluxu clearing the wave out. Smart decision by them to keep control of that wave, but we've all just reset to base positions, but without the Nocturne ultimate. Now Zothfi checking it again, Fluxu pushing them back again. Still, they can't quite get their hands on them.
I just want to highlight that Lev has two Farsight trinkets that they can use. They're just choosing not to use it. They're using their bodies to kind of bait this. And I love that Zothfi's tanking because he can heal up and
he's gone in. He's gone deep in and they get the damage down. Now Fluxu trying to kite back. They stand their ground, but 1 fall 2. They're toppling left and right. Leviathan hunting down Yampy. They're trying to pick a target. Sayo in the backline for once, trying to get that damage down as Marvin abandoned in the river. Surely this is just a matter of time. House has gone to cut him off at the pass. He's trying to desperately get that wave pushed in, get a couple of stacks left, and make Seal work for it. No, it's going to make Seal work for it, but there's the kill going down still. So again, Leviathan, the confidence to just muscle their way, and Zothfi just flash stuns in to engage 5v5 front to back. You don't see that too often.
Oh, and for that, Leviathan, again, a bunch of kills, more gold in their pocket, growing the lead, and Baron to boot. And I think the Baron's going to be quite important for them. They have a team that can very quickly take turrets, but they are having problems sieging up because of range issues. Sivir, unfortunately, very, very short range, can't really do damage to turret. But this is why I guess they were using bodies. I like the idea originally because you can heal up and sustain the damage, whereas the Farsight trinkets, once it's used, has a very long cooldown. But Leviathan had another idea, which was, we're just going to keep baiting. And on the time you stack up, on the time you screw up, we will just flash engage on you. And you saw that with Zothfi once again shutting Fu down right from the get-go. And for Marvin, unfortunately, you're not that sustained damage carry, right? He cut it really, really well against CEO, by the way, right? Like with the slows, with his ability to position very, very well. He just outranged the Sivir. But that's why I said the minions were a problem, because once you hit the minions, that's when CEO can get the bounces and actually match you. And then the moment Sivir can stand and deliver, she will just completely outdamage you.
Remember what RMC was saying about House's damage share. He's doing it again. 5k dropped in that play. And I guess, if you don't have the Paranoia, you don't have the Nocturne Ori combo, you've still got Nocturne Ori from Temu, and you've got Renekton. You just put it on Renekton, he flash stuns, and it's alright. It's pretty good, when they're standing in front of you contesting a brush. It worked perfectly. Now, Leviathan getting aggressed on again. Pro Delta
Oh,
does not want to
no.
sit idly by. Top Plop is a little separated, flashes away, but Curti ults in. Sayo on the mean side has taken down Prods. In goes Scary. There's the real deal. There's the Nocturne Oriana combo, the true, the original double kill for Scary. And Fluxu W7M evaporates again as Sayo standing tauntingly close outside the reach of Curti. The ace is locked up. The Baron wave is there. This is going to be game one for Leviathan.
W7M, they don't want to keep messing around. They want to just GG, go next. This game has been very, very rough for them. And I love the way that fight plays out as well. CEO shown that, hey, Marvin's not the only one who can kite. I can do the same on Sivir as well. Wonderful, masterful performance. 4-1 and 12 from Hao. So very, very high kill participation. He's getting that stat back in there as well. And we said it in the pregame, Trajan. If they can get Hao's and CEO to the same fights, if they can get both carries online, Lev looks a lot scarier. In this game, they're able to do just that every single fight.
Yeah, they were actually able to find good flanks, to pick fights, to confidently move across the map, and you could really see the difference. Looked like a different team, and certainly different from the team we saw at the end of last split that just did not have any impetus, any drive behind their games. This one looked a little different. Now, obviously, this is the easiest matchup you could now have. They did still go 0-2. They hadn't won a game before now. This is their first game win of Split 3. It looked great for them. Perhaps this can be the start of a bit of a turnaround for Lev.
For sure. Good for them as well. They are now technically matched with Fluxy W7N in terms of game score-ish. Though series score also matched. They both haven't won. But the strength of schedule, I feel like, has played Lev dirty. If we look at who they had to play, they played Pain in week 1, which is arguably the best team in the pick and play.
Right? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and they're the best in the pick and play phase of this split so far. And then they faced Cade Stars, which is a team that was contesting for the top and in that upper bracket as well. And then now they get to face up against Fluxu W7M. We look at Fluxu W7M. They face Furia, again, a very, very tough team, previous split winners. But Fluxu W7M got to play Isurus last split, or last week, pardon me.
Yeah.
So Fluxu W7M had an easier time of it, and now coming up against Leviathan, it's showing a little bit that maybe Fluxu W7M got lucky a bit with their strength of schedule. They've got to show up in the next game, fix a lot of those decision-making issues that they had.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling good about my Leviathan call. I don't remember if I put any of them in my fantasy team, I'll be honest. I'm hoping that I actually took a swing on either Prods or Sayo, maybe, because I think Red has Pain, and I might have been like, I'll keep Kaze, but Rebello, maybe we can put you to the side against Titan Curry. Perhaps, you know, despite the fact that he's like the KDA leader of the region right now, by the way, but it's Titan Curry. So I'm pretty sure, I'm hoping that I put my money where my mouth is on my fantasy team, but I certainly did it on the lost episode of the pod. So hopefully Leviathan keep this going for my sake, but I think I did even say 2-1. So in theory, we're going to need Fluxo to take this second game to keep it exactly in line. For now, let's go to a little break. We'll be back shortly with Fluxy W7M and Leviathan game number 2. Let's see if they can even it up, or if Leviathan are actually going to have to turn around for the books and sweep them away 2-0. Let's find out. Welcome back, everybody. And as RMC's face says, well, you know, that's just a bit. It is what it is for Fluxy, right? That's one to forget. That is one to forget for Fluxy W7M, and even more so than some of their previous games, where yes, they have lost both those previous series, but they were showing us more. That gave us quite a bit of hope, I think, for this roster. But last game was just a bit of a wash, a bit of a write-off.
Yeah, sure. There's just a bit, Trajan. They're not serious, right? Like we saw some of the post-game numbers as well, and the player who did the most damage for Fluxy W7M was Curdy in the top lane by quite a distance. So Curdy's doing well. In fact, we've actually got some stats for this rookie coming in for Fluxy W7M, replacing Hedon, stepping up and leading sort of the solo kill leaderboard. Compared to the average top laner, Curdy is not having the best time of it necessarily. He is slightly underperforming most top laners, but not by much. So he's pretty much average, which is all you can really ask for from a rookie. There we go. As you can see, The only like, big discrepancy is in assists, and as a top laner, who cares about the assists? You're not playing Ornn anyways. You're playing carry champions, you're playing killers, but he's not the guy you rely on to carry the team. And the fact that Curdy did so well in game 1, did the most damage by a metric mile, that's a bad sign for Fluxu W7M. And on one hand, yes, Curdy, please pop off, carry harder.
Yeah.
And maybe you can carry the team, but I doubt it. And I need to see Fu and Marvin actually step up and be the carries that they have been for most of this split, heck, most of this year.
Yeah, they've been the guys that I think we had the most faith in. Fu certainly, and then Marvin has been slowly and steadily winding up. You know, we kind of felt similarly about Morteus at times. Obviously, Morteus with a bit more of a powerful roster around him, perhaps. But Marvin, I think, certainly has shown us that there is something there to uncover in the right situation. But sadly, last game was not it. You know, we don't see the center very often. I don't think he did anything necessarily incorrectly on it, but you know, we just didn't really see the same out of him.
Sorry, can we get graphic back up again? Because I find it hilarious that we're talking about Fu and Marvin, thank you, Rose. Yeah. And they're the two who are like biggest in this shot too. Like Yampy and Curdy, they're small little guys because that's how Fluxy W7M play. They're the support, they're utility, they're icing on the cake. But the big carries will always be Fu and Marvin, and to a lesser extent Prods, I guess. But still wearing the Leviathan jersey, by the way.
He still wishes he was. I don't know. Top Flop seems to be fitting it quite nicely, and we are going to get into the second pick and ban right here. Looks like a trade of standard junglers to kick us off.
Okay.
Sin for Yampy and Vi for Scary. Now, I actually quite like Scary's Vi. I think a lot of junglers have pretty suspicious Vi's, but I think Scary's one of my better Vi players in the LTA South.
For sure, has traditionally been one of his more comfort champions and has always been great at enabling his lanes. What kind of surprises me a little bit is Fluxy W7, they've opted for the blue side again, despite losing on that side. So they don't feel like it was a draft issue. They still prioritize getting the first pick. And I'm kind of with them, but I'd also like to see counter picks come through, especially when we see this Rise being locked so early, most likely for House. I want to see Fu with an answer to this champion because I'm still looking at Fu to be able to win that matchup, but he can't run Assassins into the Rise very comfortably, right? Like if you're trying to run a Kali, you just get Rune Prison, the whole team just dog piles on you. You run Silas, similar issue where Rise also gets to just kind of shove that wave. I'm very curious as to what sort of answers Fu might have compared to his traditional picks.
Yeah, and it's, you know, we didn't see the usual Vi Ahri for House. Obviously, Ahri has been one of House's most played, most successful picks through the years, but they've gone for the Rise, as you say, very early. Now, Fluxy W7M, they've gone for the Scion as a blind top lane answer, and the Victor for Fu, so it's going to be control mage matchup, a wave clear-a-thon down there. And we have seen some pretty big Victor games from some of our players. Leza, I think, sticks to mind as someone who's been dropping some pretty big Victor performances so far. So it's going to be less interaction, potentially, at least from Fluxu's side. We'll see if Scary agrees with that, as Zothby going to pick up the Cassante. So tanks abound up in that top side as well. And overall, this entire top side, really, kind of besides the Vi, I suppose, but it seems fairly uninteractive in terms of the laning phase. And we're probably just going to be exchanging CS numbers for a good 15 minutes.
I mean, we did get to see yesterday the Cassante-Sion matchup where Cassante did get beat down on Sion a little bit, but largely I'm not liking this sort of answer. Yeah, I mean, I'd much rather see skillers come in like Jax or Camille as an answer. And for Leviathan as well, or pardon me, for Fluxy W7M as well, to go the Sion blind on the player who did the most damage for your team in game 1 really signals that they are trying to force Marvin and Fu to step up, because it cannot be Curdy topping your damage charts on Sion on your team.
No, not on Sion, like, my word. If that's what happens, we'll need to have a long, hard look at that one going forward. So we're into the second round of the picks right now. Ashe and Xayah taken away by Lev. Nico Lucian from the other side. So the Nico for top flop I thought was very good for him, so I like that takeaway by Fluxu. And Seo, now we'll see what he goes for. The Corki, not as much of a scaler, a little bit more agency in that lane in mid game, so we'll see how he fares with that one. I'm expecting to see something with a bit of engage potential for top flop. I don't know if there has to be an Alistair, given that we already got no Nautilus, no Rel, no Nico. I'm not sure what's left for him there.
Yeah, Corki did slightly get nerfed on this patch, where his laning phase got a little weaker and they compensated with a little bit more missile damage on his R. So you can go champions with a bit of a weaker laning phase and still be okay. Ezreal, though, I kind of like that pick. It's an sort of a trait that we've seen a lot, where you're just trading poke in lane a lot and just trying to dodge the Phosphorus Bomb. Leona picked up for Prods, a very aggressive champion that can look for those engages, and with the San, with the Xin Zhao, with the Victor, it just feels like Fluxu W7M want a full send team fight. Just get in there and do all the damage. And Leviathan seem happy to kind of match with the Rakan as some sort of engage to follow up with Scary's Vi.
Yeah, not traditionally the best matchup into Leona, but when it's Pro Delta Leona, I'm not expecting to be 2v2ing much this game, I'll be honest. This is more of a
yeah, he was
this is
barely
an
there last
elsewhere
game.
issue. So we'll see how they get on later on in the game. But obviously, a Rakan following up into a Vi certainly wouldn't go amiss. So we shall see how they can handle this one. Last time Leviathan had a lot of success in the kind of the jungle plays through the lane. They had one slip up from Zofia early on, but besides that, they were able to get good picks. They were able to get good leads consistently through that early game. And it was kind of the Leviathan mistakes that let Fluxu back in at any stage. So we're really looking to see anything, I think, any bit of success for proactivity from Fluxu to try and show us they've got a bit more in the tank, because we are running out of time here in Split 3, you know, we're approaching the playoff stage.
Yeah.
And the clock is ticking to start getting those wins on the board.
Yeah, I will say though, looking at their drafts, last game I think Leviathan had an easier to execute composition, really
Yes,
straightforward with what they wanted to do. This game, the shoe's kind of on the other foot. I think Fluxu W7M, they've all in on teamfight. It's very clear, very simple what they're going to be looking for. Whereas for Leviathan, it's a little bit tougher. Ryze isn't necessarily the best team fighting champion. Likewise, with the Kasante, with the Vi, it's a lot of more pick potential, the ability to kind of maybe look for flanks and threaten, a lot more agency, but not so great team fights. So Leviathan kind of, you know, I guess trying to experiment a little bit of other things and see what they can find. They're already showing us the pain fans. They showed us red fans actually last game, pardon me, as well. So already you can see the setup for the big title match at the end of today, Red versus Pain. Both 2-0 teams fighting for that first seed.
A bit of a throwback that we cannot wait to see. A very different Red, but it's the same old Pain, and we'll see if Red can keep that streak going or if Pain will assert themselves as the clear number one coming out of this pick and play phase. But back onto the Rift we go. Leviathan and Fluxu W7M. Game 2, Leviathan with all the momentum, all the energy to play for, and Fluxu got to dig deep to see what they can do for us.
And we're right on to the Rift. The players looking like they are actively looking to try and interact right from the level 1 get-go. No first strike, so we shouldn't see any extra gold generation or anything for now. Did Yampi actually get the ward down? I know that he walked up to Scary there, but if he did, Scary's kind of sitting on where the ward would be.
Yeah, it's under his icon. I don't think he did. Looks like he didn't.
Oh, okay.
He's going to have to get himself out of dodge right now. House and Scary can lock you up early on, but he will give that space away. Oh dear. Oh dear. Come on, guys.
Now, do we say
too
that's
high for them?
Yeah, is that good synergy or is that dis-synergy?
Yeah, great synergy, bad comms. So, unfortunately, lack of a ward in that early game will leave a little bit of a dark square somewhere around House or Scary's pathing. I guess both of them, really. But, and Pro Delta and Marvin taking up flanking aggressive positions to try and use this Ezreal as much as possible early, and they have vision on the Scary start too, so they should have the confidence to play aggressive if they want to.
Yeah, both junglers fully aware. To be fair for Fluxu W7M, I don't know if they spotted the double ward being dropped. So they might not actually know that House is likely to be exposed and vulnerable to ganks from either side of the lane. And especially with the Ryze does tend to push up his lane quite aggressively. Victor can't actually match that push until later on. Usually, you know, once he's got a lost chapter, then maybe he can start spamming that laser, but it doesn't have that ability to clear until he gets a couple of stacks under his belt as well. So technically, House should be very vulnerable. It's a question of whether or not Yampi and or Prods recognizes that.
Stepping up, try and get those aggressive trades with the laser. Of course, the Victor able to outrange the Ryze in terms of trading, but likely, as you said, we will likely devolve into wave clear once the Ryze has stacked up enough of those levels in the E and the Q to clear the wave out. And obviously, when the Victor gets that second evolved laser, we'll be able to just push those waves in, and we'll see what the rotation is going to be like. Obviously, the Ryze ultimate can be a very powerful tool for that, but it requires good planning, good communication, good decision making, things that have eluded Leviathan more games than not so far this split, so this will be a decent test for them. But as I kind of mentioned before, I did like House's recent Ryze game that they had. Yes, it did kind of end up all going belly up pretty quickly, but I thought his early game was quite good.
And you know what, Trajan? I have faith that if you can put two words together, you can put two champions together in a realm war. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely. On the same screen if possible, please. That would be good. House obviously going to burn through that HP, that mana bar to try and clear that wave out. Still waiting to see what the junglers choose to go for. Obviously, Scary would love to get that ult on track ASAP. Yampi with a bit more free dueling power, but we didn't really see too much of him from the last game as well. Mostly trying to put out fires, and now on the Zinj out, we'll see what the choice is going to be. Marvin and Pro Delta being aggressive as you like in that bot side, and starting to land those Qs as well.
Yeah, and I think it was Tatu yesterday that we saw on the Xinjiao getting some really good early action down, and that's something I feel like we've been missing. We've seen a lot of Xinjiao, but not so much early aggression. Unfortunately, Yampi, I think, did cross over that ward, so House should know which side of the map Yampi's on. And Yampi, yeah, he doesn't know about how potentially vulnerable House is. He's just kind of full clearing, going back, running again, and I don't like that. I think that favors the Vi, right? The ultimate for the Vi is so much better in the early game for sort of ganking single target skirmishes compared to the Crescent Guard, which is great for team fights later on, but early on, often the impact is not as high.
Yeah, and it looks like Scary has skirted past that ward that Yampi's placed, so they're not actually going to know that this lane gank is approaching if they can play the directions right. Yampi spotted on the top side in the reverse, so Zoffy's going to know what's going on. He's still using the time to trade aggressively here, looking for a potential kill onto Curtsy. Doesn't quite have the juice, but will know that Yampi's up there, has good ward coverage, and Scary looks like couldn't find an angle on bot side, now spotted on that deep placed ward by Yampi.
Yeah, both junglers, unfortunately, just going back to power farming because they can't quite find the angles. House with a bit of a cheater recall. That shove starting to come through already, and with that tier, it's going to feel really rough for Fu before it gets any better. And Fu's just stuck on the turret, trying to last hit the best he can. The nice part for Fu is that if he lets this plate go down, it sucks for the turret, but at least the gold doesn't go into House's pocket. So well played from Fu to not clear that and just kind of let that plate go down, let it go into the void, and then reset this wave. Just try and play safe. The wave clear from Victor later on will be more than enough to keep that turret alive.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a TP into bot side, lane swap coming in, Zoth feet picking up the mantle. Pro Delta not wasting a second here, but Toplop has actually cancelled his back, and this could be a bit sketchy. Top laners are pretty strong at this point in the game. Prods, you got to get out of there. Zothbeat chunked down to half, doesn't land the Q, and Marvin really pumping out the damage here with his constant Qs. The auto stacked up. Pro Delta has a sliver left. In goes Toplop, and a first blood secured. Yampi round the corner. Can he get in there in time? Toplop with a flash. Zothby as well. Can't make it stick, and Pro Delta again, the timing on these engages when he thinks they've all backed away, and the recall is cancelled and it turns it on its head.
Trajan, I think the law of X's needs a caveat right now, because the law of X's only applies, I guess, when you got kicked off the team, not when you still have feelings for said X, because right now Prods is struggling. We said they needed a fixed decision making. That doesn't look fixed to me. Well, looks fixed another way that we shall not discuss in this broadcast.
Yeah, it looks maybe in such a way that we discouraged in the Twitch chat, but it is looking a little bit tough for them once again, and thankfully Toplop picked it up with the credit, so again the Rakan gold is probably not going to have much of an impact on the game, but certainly it's going to put another dent perhaps in Pro Delta, who has been trying to play very aggressively. He's been fishing for these Zenith Blades, almost on cooldown it's looked like. He's been struggling to get them to land, but the one time you hit it, and it goes wrong like that, it can't feel good.
It's fine. Twitch chat's moving so fast, nobody will see what I typed. That's me. But this is, okay, the good part for Fluxu W7M is that the kill did go over to Toplop on the Rakan. So the gold is not the end of the world. It might make Toplop a little bit tankier, which might make fights a little bit tougher, but it's not going to directly shaft any of the lanes. And I guess that Prods felt comfortable because they were winning this so comprehensively initially, and Prods on the initial engage didn't actually take that much damage. Probably thought, okay, I'm fine, the cooldowns were ready, but just grossly underestimated the damage that comes out. Toplop as well, running the Unsealed Spellbook means that combat summoners are going to be overflowing from him. So it's hard to kind of gauge exactly how much damage is coming out at any given time and how much can come out in that next trade.
Yeah, he would have had the Aftershock on cooldown, maybe even the W not quite ready yet, who knows, but the Sheen Cassante certainly melted that remaining HP bar without much issue, as Yampi has picked himself up that first Cloud Drake. How's Rift Warping, Realm Warping is the word, back into the mid lane with the ultimate to get that wave pushed in, but Fluxy managed to get an objective on the board. Curti still happily soaking up the waves, as a Scion is wont to do. But you can see these little marginal leads starting to grow in top, in bot side as well with that first blood for Toplop. So Leviathan again, comfortably navigating the laning phase and largely just kind of receiving some bad judgment calls from Fluxu and just dealing with them very well.
Yeah, and to be fair to Fluxu W7M, it's not just Curdy right now who's just sitting unbothered, moisturized, happy in his lane.
He's chilling.
Yeah, he's chilling, but so is Fu and Marvin to a certain extent. Yes, Prods did kind of mess up the support matchup, but Marvin's still able to farm up a Storm, and he's fine, right? As we are kind of looking for that 2-3 item power spike, the mirror mana really is what you're looking at to come online and be a threat. And Fu has been able to pick up all that CS that House has been shoving in. Actually hasn't lost much more turret health either. Now with the Lost Chapter, he's just going to focus on wave clearing and then look for those big 3v3, 4v4, 5v5 team fights later on in the game. Them getting the first dragon as well is just icing on the cake for Fluxu W7M. Should they have gone it? Probably not. Leviathan's a lot stronger in the early game, but if you're not there, then Yampy will happily take the free gift, and Leviathan, they should be able to pick up these Void Grubs without too much contest.
This three-man stack trying to kind of posture Fluxu away from the Drake, but Curti is here, and Seo has to be careful here. The 2 grubs already picked up for Leviathan. They'll let the last one go because House did have good prior there. But I'm surprised they didn't kind of step them all into the pit to try and contest it. But maybe just not wanting to risk it. They've already got the 2-for-1, so maybe no need to reach for what you don't need.
Yeah, well, the skilling from Leviathan is not bad by any means. I am a little bit concerned about them giving this sort of away for free when they're in that strong phase of the game for themselves. As you mentioned, House had Prowl in the lane. So Leviathan had full control and first move advantage. And he's also picked up the Catalyst. So he's got that item advantage as well. And early on in this game, health is one of the most valuable stats you can get because it's cheap and it's very, very impactful in these early sort of fights. It's more than the damage that you're going to build up before the skilling really starts to kick in. So Leviathan could have won a big fight if it broke out around the grubs. And it's not just about the grubs, it's about the kills you could have gotten, which would have accelerated the pace of the game for your team.
You'd love to get Seo up onto that Triforce as soon as possible to start getting into that lovely mid-game spike for the Corki, if possible. But they will walk away. Still 800 gold up. Still 2 grubs up to 1. 1 objective camp apiece for the feat of monster killing, as it were. As we can see, Red Canids, all smiles in the back room as usual. The vibes clearly good, and why not? Excited for their matchup against Pain. Coming later today, slightly more serious in the Pain room, but obviously a bit more of a quiet confidence perhaps from our expected first seeds coming out there. So we shall see how that plays out later on. As per Delta and Fu currently maybe angling onto Zothvi, but Scary is there on vision, actually engaging early flash away from the Vide to get away from the stun. Top plot come around the corner. Bit of a tricky 3v3 right here, but they've got good CC chain. The massive W from Victor can catch up so many with the stuns, and Scary already flashed out. Both junglers traded. Cassante with the opportunity to do some Cassante things, but trying to escape back to the turret, dashes over the wall. The TP's coming in. House and Seo are there. Seo a bit isolated actually, just about avoids the Zenith play, but a flasher from Curti gets a flash from Seo, a blast cone to safety. Now Toplop putting his life at risk, and Fluxu coming out a little better there, 1-for-1 in kills, but certainly with the health advantage, and they're the ones pushing left back.
Not gonna lie, I was still freaked out a little by that Prod's engage. It felt very optimistic, but it did work out, and a 1-for-1 trade favors the team that is behind. So Fluxu W7M going to be okay with that trade. They do have to be careful though, because the Feats of Warfare is still on the board, and so giving over that early kill when Lev is already in the lead could lead to giving that Feats over. But Scary, great, phenomenal flash away, but it did mean that they were fighting in a choke point, and the Chaos Storm that Fu dropped just sat there the entire time, and that's ultimately what Scary actually drops to, because he didn't have the flash, because he already used his mobility, and Zothvi was just playing with fire this entire time. If not for the TP from House, I think Zothvi just gets dove. Seo on the other side as well, in a 1v3, 1v4, arguably, Fu's not quite there. It's insane that he got away with that. Yes, he had to blow flash, but he lived, and I think that's absolutely critical. Marvin was not able to land any of the critical skill shots.
Toplop having to get out of dodge as Fluxu step into contest, look to stack up a second dragon. None for Lev so far, and Zothvi with no TP is up on the top side. Likely just going to have to give this one up, so Leviathan, they will be able to extend that gold lead. It's just an Ocean Drake right now, so a little bit of more regen for Fluxu while we're still in the tail end of the laning phase. We'll see what the soul is going to be and how they'll be able to play for it later on. As Lev taking a cautious position right now. Looks like we have a mountain stacking up right here. So Curti perhaps licking his lips at the prospect, but we'll see if they can put that together later on. Only 1 and a bit plates left on that top tower now.
Yeah, a lot of gold going into the pocket of Zothvi. Is it going to help him in lane? I don't think so. I think Curti's chill with that. So it's more about what Zothvi can do with that gold outside of the lane in these skirmishes and team fights. And to do that, you've got to get Zothvi to the actual fight, which we've not really seen happen, right? It's been Fluxo W7M kind of showing up to these objectives, and Leviathan just kind of saying, okay, we don't want to fight you. We want to sit in our lanes instead. We want to hit our item power spikes before we start making things happen. And look, I get it for House. House was a huge carry, did the most damage last game, but I do feel like you're missing the power spikes for players like Zothby, like Scary, who do spike on that first item.
Yep, we've got Sayo and House now with their first ticking up. All the Leviathan carries, all the players in general, actually all 5 of them have that locked up, but Marvin, ProDelta, Curti still working away to get that first big boost in power. As Sayo and Toplop happy to sit back in the mid lane once again. Scary now as well with an ult ready. We haven't seen too much action from the Vi, but with an ult now with an engage, an invade perhaps on the cards, Yampi's going to stand his ground right there. Toplop's around the corner. A lot of help from Fluxo coming in. I think Leviathan have called that and gone, hang on a second, this is not safe. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, that still isn't your jungle just yet, Leviathan.
No,
Y'all didn't manage
yet.
to get the early pressure to take any of the surge just yet. So Yampi just going to push Scary out. As you pointed out, that feels like the one matchup right now where Fluxo W7M is stronger as well. And Scary does need his team, and his team doesn't want to back him up. First item starting to come across, though. Fluxo W7M has actually caught up across the board there, and they've now got their first item. So they're pretty much on parity. Despite the 1.4k gold on paper, it's not showing in items.
House trying to get nifty with it. When he turned around to go up that that different direction, I was like, oh, he's putting himself in ZF play range. Manages to sidestep it to his credit, I suppose. But we'll get away from ProDelta once again, who has been struggling to find these targets with the ease, struggling to get onto the backline. We know this guy loves to find and engage, loves to get a big AoE CC chain going in those team fights, but we'll have to wait for a bigger 5v5 to stack up and see what he can do later on as the Herald now spawning. Lev with the number advantage in the, well, sort of in the river right now. ProDelta and Yampi trying to make their way down, but Sayo's got the first move over Marvin. An ult in from House, he backsteps, it doesn't go through. They're out from the Victor Stun this time. Fluxo trying to fire back that Chaos Storm once again. The Vi ult keeps him in there, but it's got big damage onto Yampi. Flash in from the Vi, gets that kill locked up for 3. Marvin's now arrived. Let's see what he can do. ProDelta too low to go back in. Marvin standing solidly on the front line. Ease over the wall. Big damage on the top block. The Mystic Shot blinds cannot connect the Rakan. And it's just 1 kill for 0. But again, a lot of blink at HP bars for Lev. That was a close one.
Yeah, the teams are starting to feel like they've warmed up in game 1, and their team fighting is a lot closer this time. You're seeing all the sort of site mechanical steps to try and avoid all these skill shots. And when all is said and done, it's a 1-for-0 and the Herald stands. Neither team is comfortable kind of going for that. And if they show us a replay, I kind of want to highlight how that fight started, because it felt like dissynergy from Fluxo W7M was the big difference maker. If Fluxo W7M had gotten it right on the end gauge, I think they get that kill. But Prods, he's looking for the Solar Flare, and they get knocked back by Yampi. Because of that, Toplop actually gets to escape, and Toplop was very low on health throughout that entire fight, often looking for that angle. Marvin comes in later, and this time Marvin's landing the skill shots. This time Marvin has an impact, and if Toplop wasn't there, I think CEO might have gone down. Heck, you saw Toplop cutting off the escape and really forcing Marvin out the fight. He couldn't really just stand and auto because of that Rakan.
Herald started up by Fluxo here on Vision, mind you. Marvin is coming up to try and work on this one. Toplop's going to have a wee look. See, there's a lot of vision to try and clear out here. Zothby under wraps behind the push of Fu, so the Herald is going to go down. Fluxo uncontested. Leviathan now, maybe they want to try and find something on the way out. Could be a little void in confidence, but Scary without the ultimate probably doesn't want to go too hard right here. As they don't have Rise as well, and House versus Curti is a pretty tough trade to make for them. They'll simply be settling for clearing out the vision and actually turning onto the mid lane turret, which has been somewhat abandoned. First turret for Lev.
Yeah, and it feels like this is Lev's choice this game, is that they are focusing more on turrets, plates, and early gold. And they've got themselves a 2.7 thousand gold lead, which is really, really nice. And we've seen teams, I think most notably Pain Gaming, often do this, where they're sacking early objectives to get that gold lead, hit their power spikes, and then they kind of turn on in the mid game, especially around that third Drake. Now we need to see Lev be able to actually execute on that, because they have sacrificed quite a bit of objectives to get to this stage of the game, and I'm still not quite seeing the signs of a winning team fight or life. A single kill to me is not a big enough differential in a team fight to warrant sacking these objectives.
Zothby stacking up the Intofo strikes to prepare in case it went down, but it's just going to be a cleared wave, and Fu keeping the pressure on. The teams rotate up, but then very politely all choose to recall at the same time, and they will simply walk away. So Leviathan going to hold on to this 2.3k gold lead. A very comfortable early game from them once again. The only metric they're down in really is Dragons, but they're rotating onto this first mountain quick smart. As I said that Kurti would love to get himself a Mountain Soul, I'm sure Zoffy would love a 4-stacked Mountain Soul as well.
And there's no vision from Fluxu W7M. This probably has to just be a concede. I think they suspect it's there. Again, they've got Farsight trinkets. I'm not quite sure why we're not using them to confirm that Dragon is being done and the timing of that Dragon. But either way, well played from Leviathan. This is exactly what we said they needed to kind of remain relevant in this game, and they're able to answer that. They're looking for a gank onto Zothby, and there's no wards in there. So it's just Zothby recognizing that, hey, my team's bot side. I don't see prods. I don't see Yampi. You know, I just don't feel comfortable as a whole. And because he wastes that time, House is getting free push on bot side, getting some chip damage on bot side, and might even get significant damage if nobody TPs to answer.
Kurti on the long walk down there right now, and Fluxu have at least picked up that turret. House instead opting to get a quicker back time. Is going to step away, likely complete that Seraphs, I would hope, on a back timing like this. There it is, locked in there. So the Rise feeling now very comfortable, very safe in the fights with good HP and shielding available. Good damage stacking up as well at this point. So Lev with another threat to bring into those pitched battles at this stage. But for now, I guess we're waiting for the Atacant. 20 seconds until that comes up, and we'll see what the appetite for a fight is from both sides, because they've both been taking it fairly cautiously so far this game.
Tell you what, my appetite for blood filtration is peaking. We're almost at 20 minutes. This is even slower than last game.
Well, if you
Cast a curse, they're not going to fight. CBLCK.
I was about to say, just say CBLCK, and here we go. Zothby getting attacked, has to drop the Pathmaker to slip away from the Chaos Storm. More CC forces to Flash, and Yampi dropping the Herald now. House on the top side picks up a turret, and Fluxu looks like they won't actually be able to stick. Leviathan, no interest in committing to the full forced fight. They will instead just Herald down into bot tower.
Okay, and can they get a second charge off? That was a very deep Shelly drop, and unfortunately, that extra time means Shelly, she's gonna try. Dio?
Nah, she's a bit bored.
Takes it.
She can be arsed. She's gonna slow down and just eat up that wave. So turret still brings the count back up to even. Chips a little bit away at that gold graph, but still they could not make it stick onto Zothby, who again manages to escape from the play, wasting a lot of Fluxu W7M's time in these side lanes, while Leviathan happily scales up on their carries into their mid-game spikes.
I'm just upset. We didn't get a kill on that play.
You say it again. Just like, maybe it was faulty last time. Just like...
It's like Beetlejuice, you gotta say it 3 times?
Yeah, exactly.
CBLCK, CBLCK, CBLCK.
Oh, okay, I thought you actually were summoning it once again. But Toploff has sent it completely into next week, way off screen. But the Atacant is being threatened here, and this might force something to go down.
Yeah, the minion actually gets full vision of this. The fact that Prod stayed onto it means the shred is gonna stick. And Leviathan, can they get here in time? Toploff with the TP, and House has his as well. Where's House coming in from? It's all a full frontal assault from Leviathan.
Remember, this is not great for Leviathan, as you said, RMC. The team fight is not necessarily this comp spread and butter, but they're sending it front to back as down goes the Atacant lower and lower. House is TP'd into a flank. Yampi's got the objective, but they got the first kill onto Pro Delta. Kurti holding down the front line, but House, tanky as he is, flashing in to secure the kill onto Fu. Top block with a double knockup, and there is Leviathan taking Fluxu apart in the river. Yes, they lost the Atacant. Despite the troubles in the team fights, they make it work. Ace 4-0.
And Leviathan, what patient play from them to make that happen. They use Atacant as bait, and Fluxu W7M, I fully understand where they're coming from. They had it so low they wanted to finish it, but because of that, they're distracted, and Leviathan just ripped them apart. It's a 5-0 Trajan. They don't drop a single body from Lev, and I was getting concerned with how slow they were taking the game, but suddenly, out of nowhere, a 5k goal lead. The way this fight starts out as well, the Realm Warp from House that we highlighted as a potential massive tool for the team, he puts House right into that backline, onto the squishies, and Fu absolutely melts. Marvin, unfortunately, was mostly focused on the Atacant, so he doesn't get damage till this part of the fight, and he's onto House. He clumps up, and the CC comes through. His front line is largely already melted by that point. Kurti doesn't have his cooldowns available to peel, so the rest of Leviathan can just stream around the sound, ignoring him, taking out the squishy backliners, and then turning to take out the lone frontliner.
Yeah, we could see, you know, the work that House was doing, the attention he was drawing, using that HP bar to its fullest extent, but Seo as well, dropping big damage numbers, a big chunk of true damage in there as well. The Corki really hitting hard in that play, and he has been, once again, just quietly scaling up, not making a fool of himself, not making a fuss, but gets to the fight where he's needed, and Seo starts to unleash. That is what this guy can do when put in the right position.
And maybe that's Lev has found sort of their winning formula. House coming back online at the right time is what they need to create all this space for CEO to, even despite not playing sort of a hyper carry, still have that amount of impact and damage in fights when he can just stand there and focus on right-clicking the right heads. And to be fair, Corki's a spellcaster as well, so you got a Q, you got a R, you have a lot of abilities to spam. And normally you don't get to do that because the range is so short. But when everybody's distracted, nobody's focusing on you, then you get to unleash the full Corki experience. And for FuXi W7M, 5k down in the hole. We saw them in game 1. They really struggled. It felt like they would still try and pull the trigger even when they couldn't win the fights. And if they do that this game, it could accelerate horrifically poorly for them.
Yeah, they've got to be very careful now, as Leviathan have shown. They are able to sew up a win when they are in that position. We saw it last game. They're in a pretty similar position right now. 5k up, evened up the Dragons. The Atakan, the one saving grace for Fluxu to give them that steady trickle of adaptive force and those AoE slows and damage in the team fights if they can actually get the kills. But they're getting aced for nothing right now. They're not even getting that first kill to see the benefit.
And now they're struggling to kind of walk in there. House doesn't have teleport available, is on that bot side. Even with Realm Warp, he still has to get a little bit closer. FuXu W7M, though, they don't have the vision to comfortably push up and actually just force the engage. They don't know where House is right now. He already walked off the wave. Pokes landings off, he doesn't care.
We're just once again setting up a 5v5, but we're trying to 5v5 into Ishiel and Victor poke, but now we've got the double knock up again.
Okay.
Curtiot has used top flop already low, Zothby dropping low as well. Not a great start for Lev. House now on the flank. In goes top flop to Oscari, I should say, to get onto Marvin. They need to just get it over the line. There's the kill, but a trade back from the Victor. House now trying to do what he can. Zothby dipping and diving through the play. Yampi's got one back. Seo still surviving, trying to burn through that Scion, as now House with a shield proc is still unkillable. Seo flashing in, the blast cone trying to get food to safety. Does he have the rocket to connect? He can't quite make it work. And the lasers will dissuade the chase down. So a struggle to push through for Lev, but they still walk out on top.
Yeah, despite the win, though, I think the struggle is what I want to focus on a little bit, Trajan, because they did not find a good way into that fight. And as much as they're able to focus out Marvin very early on, props to Fu on a mage, on a burst style champion like Victor. He was actually consistently pumping out damage in those lasers and actually managed to match pretty darn close to CEO as well, which I think is the shocker here. CEO was not allowed to just free fire comfortably, and a lot of that starts from the way this whole fight started. House has to walk in, use the Realm Warp, but couldn't actually take it in because he knew he'd walk into 5. And then from here, look at how CEO is getting zoned out by Curdy. So even though it technically was a 4v5, it was a 4v4 for most of it. And from here, it was just a battle of carries. Fu just pumping out the damage, gets Zothby so incredibly low as well, but wasn't quite able to finish him off. And the fact that he was dodging, ducking, weaving, making sure none of those missiles hit was why FuXi W7M was as close as they were after that fight.
And this is not the way Lev should be trying to fight this out, I feel. This is exactly what you said, RMC. This is not what their comp is good at. And we saw how hard that fight was for them when they're just trying to brute force it through the front door. I feel like you don't have to do this, Lev, and you're making your lives harder for yourselves than it needs to be. They're still very strong, but they're still just forcing the issue in the front door. They've got the knock up again. Toplop tries to get in, but again, House isn't quite there. Does it even matter, though? Curti actually dies first. Scary flashing away. Surely he'll be picked up, and he does go down, but it's a trade once again. House eternally into the back line, disrupting the team fight of Fluxu, and Fu left running for the hills. I don't know how much credit I want to give Lev for this, because this feels like they're not doing this right, but they're not being punished. So I don't know how mad I can be, you know what I mean?
Yeah, on one hand, it feels like they're just kind of repeating the same thing over and over, hoping that the outcome's a little bit different. And to be fair, it was
Yeah.
different this time. But to give them credit as well, in a way, it is the safer play. They know that they're stronger right now. They know that they've got a lot of tank. And for the side of Fluxus W7M, they don't have the damage. And most notably, because they tried this earlier, there's no Solar Flare. So the CC is not as big, and CO's a lot more comfortable to be able to stand there and actually pump out the damage. And because of that, Curdy melts this time. And without Curdy, even in his zombie form, he's not quite as tanky, so he doesn't provide that safety for Marvin, for Fu, and Marvin just gets melted right from the get-go. Fu's trying his damnedest to do what he can, but without Marvin as his distraction, and with Leviathan much more grouped up this time and just able to brute force their way in, Fu's just got to limp as fast as he can to get out to safety. He doesn't get the timing to wait for his cooldowns to come back up and laser multiple times in that fight.
Yeah, and Scary, to his credit, I think, is really lasering onto Marvin in these fights. He's really using the Vi very well. We said we like Scary's Vi, and once again, I think he's doing exactly what he needs to do with it. He's really keeping the Ezreal out of the picture. These flanks from Howls and Toplop chasing down are forcing Fu to always be backstepping, and they are making this very hard to execute for Fluxu when you're so far behind. They feel like they want to take the 5v5s. They're taking up these ARAM positions and kind of daring Lev to do something about it. And Lev is just agreeing to the trade every time. And they win every time. So I guess, who's the fool now, I suppose?
Yeah, and Leviathan, like we said, they did that at the 6,000 mark. They've done that at 8,000 mark. Now with 10,000 plus Baron, yeah, they can just brute force under a turret if they wanted, but they don't have to do that because House is just going to apply split push pressure with the death cap and now with Seeker's arm guard in pocket as well. House is very comfortable to just 1v1 split push. Who's Fluxu W7M going to send to answer? Fu can't handle him. Marvin can't handle him. Yampy doesn't have enough damage, so what do you do? Send Curdy? Well, Curdy's just going to be eating damage the entire time while trying to wave clear. And if Curdy's not there for Fluxu W7M, they can't look for a 4v4 on the other side. They don't have that tank. So great split push coming through from Leviathan, really leveraging the Baron buff to maximum effect.
It is that gotten to that stage of a Rise game where somehow they're tankier and do more damage than everyone else in the game. It's pretty tough to break through this champ once he gets rolling. They're trying to pressure onto Seo. A simple Valkyrie over the wall will get him out of there, but Pro Delta catches a rotation from Zothvi. The Cassante, of course, like a brick outhouse right now and will not be taken down easily. They're going to make a go of it, though. Toplop doing what he can. The ult from Zothvi makes him weaker, and the kill for Curti gets one on the board. House looking for top turret. Can't quite find it, and Leviathan do overstep themselves just a little there.
See, that's the problem with brick outhouses. They're hard to take down, but when they blow up, it gets real messy real fast. Thankfully for Leviathan, though, they just fall back, right? They had the Baron, they had the push, and now it's kind of over. That's fine. We just go back for the Dragon, get Soul Point instead, and we can take our time as Leviathan. Not only, again, as we mentioned before, the scaling for them is perfectly fine, but 11,000 gold lead, Trajan. They can take their time and squander that. That will last them at least 15, 20 minutes here before Fluxu W7M can catch up just through the grind. And for Fluxu W7M, they're fine with this. It's not terrible for them either. They held back the Baron buff. They didn't lose an inhibitor turret, so they don't have an open inhibitor. And they're just trying to stall as much as they can, try and catch up in items, reduce the impact of that gold lead by kind of hitting that 5-6 item mark.
See, it is a long road back for Fluxu in this series, just in this game, and in the series after that to try and mount the comeback here. 11k down and put another win on the board after. Leviathan are primed to finally break that curse, stop the losing streak, and put that 2-0 on the board, and kind of vindicate the good things we saw from them against VKS, against the much stronger team. It looked like there was potential there, and I think we've definitely seen that come to fruition against the weaker opponent here today. So now the waves are crashing in, but it has been very few mistakes after that early game from game one where we saw a little bit of the what's he doing kind of moments, but after that it has been pretty much plain sailing for them.
And one thing, if you look at House's history, he's always been known as a good mid laner, mechanical mid laner, so a lot of teams are willing to pick him up. Where he's always struggled is playoffs, where he chokes. Guess what, Trajan? There's no playoffs this split. We've got pick and play phase, elimination phase, and then regional championship. So no playoffs equals no House choke. Is that how this works?
Yeah. Just like, as long as you don't show House that it's just a double elim bracket and he thinks it's a playoff bracket, just say, oh, we're in the elimination phase now and we're playing red, and you just don't tell him any more than that, and then he'll probably be fine. And maybe we'll get to see some good mid lane matchups there as the engage is there. The big burst onto Fu. The Vi rise is absolutely merciless. House goes golden. Is picked up by a perfectly timed Q from Marvin. And perhaps another overstep from Lev. They lose the mid jungle. Can Seo and Zothvi do the work in the 4v3? Curti keeping the bot lane away. Zothvi's got to handle it himself, but he does it beautifully. Seo and Toplop get their way into the fight. And now they can start unleashing. Seo under threat. Yampi looking for it, but the Corki's too slippery. Double for Zothvi. And Curti, the last man standing, slinks back into the base.
And they huffed and they puffed Trajan, and they could barely blow the house down. And the cost for taking out that house was really high right now. Leviathan, literally, it's the gold differential. If not for that, Fuxu W7M, I think, wins that fight quite convincingly. Despite an 11,000 gold lead, Leviathan got awfully close to throwing that. And because of it, even though they win the fight, Trajan, they got pushed to end the game. A TP coming from behind. Is this Fu? It's Fu.
This is risk. This is risky. Now, he does have good burst. If Seo gets caught and Curti of the ult in, they can actually lock him in. But another TP coming in from House. And we're going to go round the bend once again. Flashing from Fu. But the Chaos Storm doesn't reach. House, stunned as he is, will happily pick up the credit. Curti this time going down as well. And now we're Rise ulting into the base as Zothvi manages the zombie. Toplop actually has gone way too deep. And now the game's just going to keep going anyway after all of that, RMC.
And here I thought Fluxu had activated Leviathan's trap card and they were just going to win with that. Or pardon me, Rift Bounce out, I should say, their reaction card. But yeah, Leviathan, Toplop, like what are we doing? Yeah, this is old school CBLOL we're seeing come through right now. Both these teams throwing back and forth, but Leviathan, again, with that gold lead, it keeps growing. We were talking about 11k after that fight. It's 13k, and they're going to be able to pick up Baron. And the last time they got Baron, they pushed in. They set up the inhibitor turrets to go down. This time, one inhibitor turret is already down. It's so much easier to take the inhibs. And why do we start from here with the replay? We didn't see the wonderful Fu flank. Oh, no, this is the real beginning fight where House got caught in the first place. So it's really extended. That tells you how many fights we had since this play actually started. And Leviathan, House getting caught out. Sure, you managed to burst Fu down, but what you've got to remember, again, is that Fu is a burst mage. If he drops that Chaos Storm, I know he's been lasering and being carries in the fight, but Marvin's the real sustained carry. He dropped the Chaos Storm, Fuku's job was done. And they went out. Surely this was not after House got picked.
Yeah, there it is. Love that for them. I think House and Scary have been a very nice mid-jungle duo here today. I think they've performed very well together, and they do seem to be leading the charge on a lot of these plays. I must say, I'm very enjoying how willing the Lev carries are to flash in to secure a kill, to make a play work. It's the kind of confidence that you need to have in this region. When you see an opportunity, you've got to be able to go for it and believe in yourself. And in this matchup, where they're against Fluxu, this is the time to do it, and they're showing us that. So I'm glad that we're seeing it from Lev here today, as they're starting to crack the base. And Fluxu, once again, the time keeps ticking away. At the prospect of an 0-2, it's going to have to be a pretty massive miracle to overcome the 15k gold lead, but let's see what we've got.
Yeah, oh, just one rocket from CEO. Just chunked Marvin and Fu in one quick shot, and just like that, the last inhibitor is going to go down. Zothvi kind of kicking things off on Yampi here.
Yeah, he's got the Crescent Guard down, though. That's the Sin Jab, but Zothvi can reposition and keep himself topped up with the healing. Curti getting shredded on the front line. House as well, picking up more kills. Ults into the back line. Scary there to set them up as House knocks them down. Seo as well, continuing to pump out the damage. Beautiful stuff by Leviathan. They will end the game 27 kills to 8. End the series 2-0. And they have finally come alive in Split 3.
And Leviathan believers, if you picked them for your fantasy this week, they have rewarded you with an extended game, tons of kills, tons of points to come through. And you can see the happiness within the team as well. They were winless coming into this series, Trajan. Not even a single game win. They pick up both their first game win of the split, but also their first series win of the split.
Absolutely. I knew it. I had it. I feel it in my bones. I knew this was the day. This was the time it was going to happen, RMC. And I'm glad that we've seen some fight coming out of Leviathan once again. They'll take a well-deserved bow. And I think that we're hyping them up. I'm very happy to see this form. The fans obviously love that, and absolutely they should. However, we must address the fact that you try and pull some of these team fights against Pain, against Furia, even against BKS, as we saw, probably against Red at this point. You will not get away with that nonsense, okay? There are some illegal choices being made, some very this is unlosable kind of decisions being made that I think need to be clamped down on pretty quickly by Lev if they're hoping to make any more progress in this split, I would say.
Well, fair enough, but Trajan, unfortunately or fortunately for both of these teams, for Fluxo W7M and Leviathan, this series was not going to affect the standings significantly for them. They were not going to break into the upper half. They were not going to get the sort of second life in the elimination phase, nor were they going to be able to take sort of that first fifth seed position away from Loud, so they don't get to choose their opponents either. And what is good for Fluxo W7M and Leviathan is, despite the fact, as you pointed out, some of these fights are illegal against some of the other teams, all those teams you mentioned, they're in the upper bracket. So in the first round of the elimination phase, they won't be meeting them, and they could still get away with it next week.
Yes, they could be getting away with it for weeks to come, and we will see who falls for it. But at the very least, obviously, I'm happy to see Howls popping off, Sayo actually getting a scaler and getting into a late game cleanly and showing the value there. Scary, once again, like besides that Nocturne ult, the Nocturne ult is always going to be there. But apart from that, love the way he played the games out. So, and Zoffy as well. Wasn't running it down, you know, straight up not running it down today. He was actually backing away from towers when he was under threat. He wasn't picking fights, once again, besides the first one in game one, that were bad ideas. He was managing team fights and wasting time well, and exactly, and surviving, right? This was much better, you know. It was a bit of a low ball for them, but they used that, they caught it, they got back on form, and we'll see if that can hopefully give them a bit more to offer in that lower bracket, as you say.
Yeah, and with that in the books, Trajan, we've got one more series before the end of Pick and Play, the final game of the phase, the final match of the phase, and it will be actually, for elimination reasons, it is Red versus Pain. Winner would be first seed going to eliminations. They get to pick their opponents, and for the teams, it's Pride as well. Red surprising everybody with the performance thus far, kind of crushing it. Kaze, the other guy, the other rookie who's really leading that sort of solo kill score, and for Pain Gaming, they're still trying to clear that chip from Split 2, but they didn't win the split.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll hope to see you all back here after just a short break, as we just saw, just flashed up a little jump scare right there. TDS and FourY4 will be picking that one up after the break, so stick around for that, and we will be, I don't doubt, there will be some explosive, exciting games of League, no doubt as well. So, don't go anywhere. We will see you right back here on LTA South after this break.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here. I am FourY4. That is RMC, and we've got Pain versus Red, the 2-2-0 teams that everyone thought were going to be the 2-2-0 teams. Look,
Yeah,
Pain
definitely.
Gaming. Yeah, absolutely. Look, Pain, they got here. You know, they beat FourY4, right? They got here eventually, right? FourY4, they had a bit of a disaster in that series against Pain, but look, that was then. This is now. The much more interesting team to talk about. Apologies to you, RMC, but I even think you'd agree with this. Is
Yep.
Red Knit. How the hell did they get here?
Well, it's almost like kicking Aegis and changing up the whole team meant that Red would change and actually have a shot. They only retained FNP and Frosty from the Aegis era. They swapped out their jungle, mid, and AD carry. Kaze, Rebello, Doom, all coming
at the
in
same
from
time,
this-
by the way. Like, that's
Yep.
important to note. That was all this past offseason. And
And
all
they-
from the same team.
Exactly. From not just the same team, but from the same CD, Circuito Desfianchi winning team. So they were the winning team in the academy side of things on tier 2, and they came up. And Doom has had a little bit of a chance back in LTA South, you know, as he's splitting time with Aegis, and the team seemed to do better around Doom for whatever reason. I'm not going to say he's mechanically better than Aegis, but the team did play better around him. And then Kaze, this phenom, this mercenary, LRS, LRN, CD, you name it, he played it. And now he's up in the LTA South. We talked about Curdy having the most solo kills, and I think he's at 5 currently, so he's leading the table. Kaze is just 1 behind him with 2 games yet to play, or 3, depending on how this series goes. So Kaze has been an absolute threat, and I am looking forward to Kaze versus Romer as a matchup.
Oh, that's going to be really interesting. Because, I mean, a little bit back to your previous point, right? As we get the Pain roster up here, you know it, you love it. Or maybe you don't, I suppose. They have that effect on people, too. Wiser, Karaoke, Romer, Titan, and Kuri. This bottom lane RMC has been electric since day one. It's been kind of the most consistent part of this team. Maybe Titan hasn't hit your high highs every single time, but we hold him to an incredibly high standard. Especially since his arrival on Pain Gaming. He was the straw that stirred the drink, the one that finally got him over the hump. Romer has been the one to watch, and I agree, RMC, because he's had I would say, a generally upward trend trajectory, but he has moments where the brain seems to switch off.
Yes, thankfully not this split so far. Romer has
it's been
been
better
rock
this split.
solid. Yeah, and we talk about Kaze as sort of the one of the best aggressive mid laners in the league since he's got the most solo kills, and he's leading all mid laners in average kills 5.7. Romer's kind of the other side of the spectrum, not in that he's low on KDA. In fact, he's actually got a higher KDA than Kaze. But rather than seeking kills, he's avoiding deaths. Romer has the lowest average deaths of all mid laners at 1.8 average. So he's dying less than twice a game while still having fairly high damage numbers pumping out for the team. Like, he is still relevant. Sure, Titan steals the show. He always does. But Romer doesn't have to be the straw to stir the drink, as you called it. He can be sort of, I was going to say a condiment on the side, but if you're mixing condiments with drinks, we've got other issues.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe we'll call the police on you, but, you know, if you don't admit to it, we won't call the police on you. So, you know, pick your poison, I guess. But look, as we get into draft here, in the big 2-5, that's all you need to be as a mid laner, right? I mean, it helps give you that kind of extra dimension, right? But I think that's what's really exciting about Red Canids, right? Is like, hey, their level is really, really high, but they've had an identity. And to be fair, look, that identity has worked. That identity has won them a CBLOL title, right? Romer is a bit different than Jinketo, because I think Jinketo kind of had some higher highs, but I think the lows were lower as well. And that was kind of the main crux of bringing in Romer. Look, you and I both love Jinkas for
Yes.
many, many reasons. But Romer, so far, smaller sample size than with Jinketo, it has been a more successful run. And Pain are just going to slam Yunara immediately here. Not a ton of picks. You see it right there. It's been, you know, 1 win, 2 losses. So you can't really say much about the win rate. But Titan is going to grab that B1 RMC.
And Yunara has been rising up in priority worldwide, right? She was originally supposed to be sort of a utility mage, on-hit attack AP option for the bot lane, but she's become a hyperskiller with utility, which is more than almost any other hyperskiller can say. Maybe like Sivir with a little bit of spell shielding, that's about it. But yeah, I'm not surprised that we're seeing a team that plays around their bot lane slam the premier bot laner currently when Varus is being banned. So it's now tough on Rebello, Frosty. What's your answer to this first pick, Yunara?
Well, I was going to say, I mean, it looks like it might be the Corki. Again, you can flex that in a couple different locations. But what would your answer be to the Yunara? Again, like, it's one thing to pick it kind of, like you said, as people have kind of figured out what she's good at and bad at, right? I'd say, just kind of for whatever this is worth, as far as an on-release champion, I feel like this champion kind of, not nailed it, but it's been a lot better than some on-release where it's like wildly broken, or like you play 2 games in pro and you realize, wait, this champ is booty. This champ is buns right now. But it has landed really well, so what do you take into it?
I don't think people have figured that out yet. They figured out what's good about her. They haven't necessarily figured out what's bad or how to completely punish her. And that's why I think teams are still experimenting, especially here in LTA South, where, as you pointed out, Yunara only kind of became a bit more popular this week, and last week we didn't see. Well, we still saw a decent amount of her, but yeah, a lot of focus more on this week. For now, though, we're seeing the pairings too come out with her. J4 in the jungle, a bit of physical damage, and I'd like to see Wiser also pick up a bit more physical damage, while Roamer with the Talia, like we talk about, a bit more supportive. You're setting up for your side lane. Red, they have a lot of threat already with the Wukong, with the Corki, but they want more, and Kaze with the assassins, that's where he's looked best. And Silasgate, not technically an assassin, but very assassin-esque.
Yeah, he plays similarly, right? You got to get in, manage your cooldowns, and it will be the Akali. Like you said, obviously he's looked good on this, so again, barring an FNB Akali, which I think we have seen way back when dinosaurs roamed the earth, I think this will not be that. I think they're going to give that R5 counter pick to FN.
Are we in Jurassic Park? Didn't FNB just play it like last year? did we manage to clone dinosaurs?
Wait, did he play Akali last year?
Okay, now we gotta look this up.
Yeah, okay, here. Yeah, you have a look. I'll yap. Bands coming in here. Harmer going to be taken away as a pairing, I'm assuming, there with the Yunara. Again, still kind of figuring out what goes a little best with her, but her strength is absolutely in the late game. So I wouldn't be surprised with no engage supports taken off the board. Nautilus still a thing. Braum has been nerfed, but I still think he's gonna, I still think he's fine. And Bessa gonna be taken away there for FNB. So they're calling his bluff. They're not gonna say FNB will not play the Akali top. And I was a betting man, which I'm not on this, but I am on other stuff. I would bet Akali's not going to the top.
Fair enough. There have been other Akalis, but the last time FNB played it was back in 2022. So
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, actual Jurassic Park 2 or whatever that one with was it Chris Pratt or whatever came out, I think roughly around that time. As you're talking about though, we do see the Scion being banned away from the side of Rid, which I think is an interesting pickup because we talk about Yunara's hyper carry. She would like a bit of a front line, and while I personally would like a bit of physical damage to come out from Wiser, I do think the Scion sort of the higher percentage play, and often what we see from Pain Gaming is just straight front to back. When you've got as good an AD carry as Titan, when you've got as good an engage as Curry, a lot of times Wiser just needs to be that traffic cone, albeit a massive one to stop all traffic from coming through.
Yeah, I mean, Trundle literally has a skin where his pillar is a traffic cone, and like you said, that's kind of what he's got to be, right? You sit there, you say, nope, you don't get behind us, because they've got plenty of damage and plenty of ways to start fights, way to engage and see out those fights as well. Scion will be banned away. Nico Milio is the hover here. Milio kind of sneaky strong here, I think, these days, but maybe not what's going to be picked. Nico just too strong, too reliable. The flash protobelt ult. We've seen a lot of discourse around that on the twitter.com. And I honestly, the more I see it, the more I'm like, yeah, maybe we do need to do something about this, because this combo is so reliable.
I'm okay with it. I just feel like it's unfair that you took it away from a whole bunch of other champions, and then
and that's what a lot of people are arguing, right? Is like it can't be this double standard of like cheeky flash combo abilities that are just like it's a zero lose situation.
Yeah. Now we do see the Rel coming through from Pain, which was a little bit surprised when I saw the Alistar ban come through. I think Red actually have the advantage in the draft, and I think they've played the draft very well, where they get their pick of support and they get counter pick in the top lane against whatever it is Wiser's going to pick up, and because of that, Wiser kind of go just bland vanilla Renekton. He needs something that he can play blind, and Sion's been taken off the table. Renekton would fulfill everything we need, though. It is a traffic cone. It is a threat, a physical damage threat. Okay, Cassandra will do the same. I prefer Renekton.
I was gonna say, it's kind of similar.
I don't like Cassandra. I don't know why he's coming back in better. They didn't buff him, but somehow like he's just doing Cassandra things again.
Yeah. And I think, having a champion like Cassandra be just like regularly powered, I think is healthy for the game. It's a high skill cap champion, like you said. It could do a lot of crazy stuff. You could pick it pretty much blindly. Cho'Gath we saw in the LTA North not too long ago. I think actually this week. So picking it into Cassandra.
I mean, Cho'Gath was more a bit of a Yorick counter that we were seeing come up, even when it was playing in the North.
You can yonk
Yeah, and then you make Yorick maidenless, or you yoink his maiden, however you want to talk about it. But usually against Cassandra, we see hyperskillers, and I guess technically Cho'Gath scales to infinity with Feast, and maybe that's why we're
technically a hyperscaler.
True. I just don't necessarily see it with this composition from Red. You don't need a huge traffic cone the way Pain does. You don't have a hyper carry on the side of Red, and I'd much rather have seen something that can go in, cause chaos with the Wukong with the Akali. And for FNB to pick this one, I'm actually really curious to see how Red, or how FNB, first of all, pilots it into this matchup, into the Cassante, where I don't feel like it's particularly advantaged. And more importantly, how Red are going to play around this champion. Are they just going to leave it alone on the side and kind of go with like a 1-4 split?
Yeah, and also, I mean, when you talk about champions like Shogat that are just, running you champions, yes, he got a little bit of CC that if he hits it can help close the gap, right? But this is a relatively short-range composition. Yunara, actually, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, she's not super long ranges with her autos, is she? She's a little more...
She's decent range. I mean, she's longer than Corki.
Okay, fair enough. But the existence of a Corki, right? And, I guess Talia is longer range, right? You got to sit back, hit your pebbles, hit your seismic shoves. But yeah, I guess just counting on that the Wukong Nico combo will be enough to cause the chaos that you were referring to, and be enough of that to shield Kaze, right? Let him run absolutely rampant. Absolutely love that. CBLOL fans, LTA South fans comes in all ages, shapes, and sizes, and that is a beautiful thing. The Wolf Pack is strong. RMC will I think it will be, right, the Wukong Nico combo to start and kind of get those fights going. I think it's enough. I don't think you need another kind of, like you said, chaos creator for FNB. It'll help, sure, but I don't think it's necessary. Like I said, just Wukong Nico, it's so free.
It is. Sorry, I just got distracted by the skybox. How rare is it? They rarely show the coach.
Yeah, I was going to
matchup
say that's the first time we've seen. Yeah, I think to be fair, if it wasn't CBLOL legend Talkers as the coach and how much of a narrative point he's been around this Red Renaissance in the last couple weeks, I don't think we get a coach skybox with the greatest of respect.
Maybe it was like CL and Stardust, was it last year? We saw that happen with Kate Stars versus Loud, but it's just funny the contrast too, where you've got like Zero in the suit and tie, and then you got Talkers like a chill jacket.
Yeah,
the contrast is hilarious, and hey, maybe it fits the contrast between the two teams, between the compositions, between their styles that they're playing. Because to your question about Doom and Frosty not necessarily needing another Chaos Engine, I kind of agree they don't need it, but I just don't see how the Cho'Gath necessarily fits onto that. And for Red versus Pain, the way the matchup is, it is a challenger in the shape of Red, challenging Pain. I know they're both 2-0, but Pain is a comfortable top of the table. They've always been near the top, if not number one, then, well, usually number two. Whereas for Red, they are switching everything up. They are trying to make that run to top, which they haven't made happen since, 2020 split 2 or 2021 split 1 was the last time Red won a championship. Since then, they've been all over the place. They're not always, top 3. Sometimes they're down, barely qualifying for these playoffs.
Yeah, but one thing that kind of has been the Red story is sort of like you said, since it was a 2021 split 2, 2022 split 1, but they have been always like, they've never been worse than top 6. I mean, maybe they have like once or twice, but you catch my drift, right? The general trend is good, not great, or like really good, but not elite, right? I mean, the last time they made a final, they won it, right? As a trading going on here between Titan and Kuri, Rebello, and Frosty. RMC, this bottom lane matchup seems to me like where this game could really go off the rails. Do you agree with that?
Which way?
in Pain's favor, I think, because again, just like, yeah, okay, cool.
I don't think there's a single bot lane where I'd say Titan Curry don't have the potential to go off the rails. And in fact, I think they win most matchups. The one time they lost wasn't the grand finals where they got 0-3. Rebello, oof.
Immediately Kuri with the level 2, but a pretty good trade back. Good tangle barbs there from Frosty.
And I think part of this is the experience Curry has from playing all the Nico. He knows when Nico is strong, when Nico is weak, and the fact that when you're playing a melee into the Nico, you can't afford to play passively, or you will get chunked out by all the poke that she brings to the table. You've got to pick your engage as well, and you've got to land it. If you miss that engage as a melee champion, the Tangle Barbs is absolutely going to wreck you. You're just going to take free poke, and you don't get a second shot in terms of engaging on that bot side.
No, it'll just rip right through you. Yeah, the counter engage is actually pretty good. I mean, you did get Rebello's barrier and a heal out of that, but you had to use your own as well. And the flash, right? Yes, you got Hex Flashes, Corey, but technically the summoner advantage does reside with Rebello and Frosty. And if you can you can sustain that kind of level disadvantage engage early on without blowing your flashes, your defensive summoners, okay, heal's technically a defensive summoner, but you know what I mean. Then you're in probably a pretty good spot here. Both these teams find themselves 2-0 RMC, and I mean, this is like your best case scenario for Red, right? I mean, I expected them to improve with the wholesale roster changes, but Kaze specifically, I mean, he has been, we talked about it on the Gringos Liberados podcast. Apologies for the podcast not getting out this week, by the way. It was beyond our control. it happens sometimes. So
Brothers,
sorry.
I leave you for 1 week.
No, unironically, and like Trajan, he's produced it before and it's gone fine, but it just this
Curry?
week, whatever it didn't. Curry goes way too deep. Rebello survives by the skin of his teeth, but
What?
he gets the kill, the first blood no less. And now in the mid lane, a kill goes over. Doom might have to sacrifice himself, and this flashes away. The tower shot will not end Kaze. Romer barely gets away with one there and has to flash away, does Kaze. So actually getting something back there with that Akali flash, but it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Red. Here comes the TP trying to punish Titan for overstaying his welcome. FNB is here. He is large and in charge. Titan is flashless. You know who does have flash? That's FNB. Kill goes over to the red top laner. And now Kaze, he might go down here. Curry actually roams up there.
More.
There's no way. Kaze got the kill, but one more auto attack. Cupid comes back off cooldown. There's no way. Oh, just out of range. It's a bloodbath. More kills than minutes played. This is the LTA South we were promised, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go. We're making up for CBLCK with CBLPL. Right from the get-go, non-stop action. And you're talking about going off the rails for Titan Curry. They went off the rails. They are crashing out here in this bot lane right now. Literally crashing out. And that's Curry kind of misjudging. His crash down literally puts him in range of the turret. And you can't do that against any of these supports. Right now, in such an engage-heavy support meta, there's going to be tons of CC. If you overstep, they will lock you down, you punish. And you can see the red bands popping off. The pack is hunting, and they are eating good in this early game. And with how Red plays, with how they've changed, they know how to press leads. If you give them an advantage, expect them to look to leverage it. And they got leads in every single lane.
It's looking really, really good if you are a Red supporter right now. Life is great. Titan did get a kill back, right? So the mid lane is a little bit, more even. And Titan's going to have more combat power, right? Rebello did grab that tier early on. So not going to be just smooth sailing, but you always got to look at the mid lane, man, especially with Kaze and how he's burst out of the scene. Like I was saying before, a fight broke out. And as I'm saying now, as a fight breaks out, okay, might not be any blood here. Well, there's certainly some bleeding.
Yeah,
Heal goes up there, actually. Heal goes up on the other side as well. Rebello just eating shots from behind as Rebello turns around and is able to fire back a little bit. But we have seen, how many times have we seen a mid laner come up from tier 2 with all the mechanical promise in the world? Ithuza, who's the Grevthar? Well, Grevthar, look, he delivered on it. All right, he delivered on it, and then things kind of fell apart.
Deliver.
I'm saying who got up there with all the hype in the world and then just puked all over themselves, I like to say. Yeah, Jean Mago, right? I mean, look, God bless him. He had other stuff going on. Oh my goodness, the damage is barely not enough. Romer gets away with it. He went for the high risk, all or nothing play, and Romer barely, and I do mean barely, survives.
I think I saw 9 health.
Yeah, dude should be able to get in here. He doesn't have flash, so maybe he actually gets out of this. Romer's got ult. Worst case scenario, he's gonna be fine.
That's crazy. Yeah, I think I saw 9 health on Romer at one point when his health was sticking up. So it was insanely clutch. But yeah, Kaze and Romer, they're just kind of popping off back and forth. They're looking to be aggressive. And we talked about it. If Kaze is the greatest spear, Romer's kind of the greatest shield. And I guess that's what we got to see. We didn't even really get to see the start of it. We just saw Kaze just kind of all-inning, thinking he had the damage level 6 with the perfect execution. And it's just a turret ramp, man. Like, how do you calculate for that? It's so incredibly close. If he... Maybe if he chugged more pots, if he ate a biscuit too, maybe he could have lived.
That is really, really tough. That is just brutal on the margins. And now you've equalized the lane. Romer's got himself in a very nice spot here. He's got himself a lost chapter on top of that tier. So we talk about that combat power. But RMC, look, but the bottom line is he's not Dioge, he's not Jean Mago, he's not Ithuza, right? It's not to rag on any of those players, right? Development isn't always linear. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw any of those three get another chance in the near future and pop off finally. But Kaze hit the ground, not running. He hit the ground sprinting. He hit the ground Naruto running.
Yeah, and I do believe that, some of the other teams might also have been looking at him as well. I can't remember which other team was rumored to have been trying to pick up Kaze. I think it was Loud, actually. And Kaze, in an interview, said that, he didn't pick that team because they have that, the sort of reputation for just blowing up the rosters when it doesn't work. So he wanted to be on a team that kind of honors their team a little bit. And that happened
sometimes
with Aegis
to a
with
fault.
Titan, right? True. Yeah, like they didn't drop Titan or Aegis for the longest flipping time. And now that they did, suddenly, things are popping on. Speaking of which, actually, Titan used to be on this red roster, right? With FNB. Frosty was one of his handpicked support. Frosty was supposed to be Curry's replacement when Curry actually stepped off of that red roster. So a little bit of history on that bot side going on as well.
Yeah, the Titan lore, man, he's reached, every part of the LTA South. Two-time champion in 2018 with Kaboom, him Ranger, and Dinketo, by the way. So the intertwining continues. They won back-to-back titles in 2018 as young. I don't know if they were strictly speaking rookies, but either way, then back-to-back titles on Red Canids in 2021 and 2022, and then
Last time Red won.
Yep, exactly. That was the last time Red won a title, was with Titan. The last time Pain won a title was also with Titan. So where this guy goes, championships do tend to follow.
Fair enough, and he's going to be looking to win his first LTA championship. Because reminder, folks, Split 1 and Split 2, they weren't crowned champions. Only Split 3 has a champion here in the LTA. Now, while we were talking a little bit about history in the present, Red did pick up First Dragon completely uncontested. Pain went for the grubs as well. So kind of just seeing a bit of split off the objectives. The golds pretty much evened out as well after all the early chaos. Pain revels in their 1v1s and 2v2s, arguably the best laning team alongside Furia as well, so they've managed to equalize things.
RMC, how have you felt about Rebello's debut, his first couple splits? Because all the focus has been on Kaze, right? Doom has been steady as a rock, FNB is FNB, Frosty is a veteran at this point, which is crazy. Feels like just yesterday he was a rookie. What have you thought about Rebello?
I think Rebello has exceeded expectations. You're talking about mid laners who get promoted and don't perform. Oh dear, another tech pause. We've been kind of having that a little bit all day, but that gives me time to talk about Rebello. I do think that the AD carry pool in South America, not just Brazil, but in all of LA, has always been very, very stacked. And so we've often seen promotions fail to perform. I think of, the likes of like Juliera, even Cello when he came up. What?
Oh, no, just deep cuts here on a Sunday morning, man.
Juliera was here not that long ago.
I know, but it feels like forever ago.
Okay, but I think that just speaks to the talent pool that we have here in South America, that we rotate through these AD carries so incredibly frequently. Most recently, we had, Morteus and Marvin come up this split. And Marvin, unfortunately, looks to be going the way of the likes of Dioj, Juliera, Ituza that you've kind of been talking about. It's another support issue. We had Toplop had issues last game. It looks like the same PC too. So, wonder if something's been going on with that one.
RMC. Yeah,
it's just that the camera angle looks exactly the same, right? So Frosty's now sitting at the same PC that Toplop was on. So Marvin's not been able to perform. Morteus came up, and while Morteus statistically has been a monster, to the eye test, a lot of people have been like, he's not that good. Well, surprise, surprise. Go to look at his numbers. We'll talk again then. I feel like Rebello has been the big success story for AD Carry stepping up. He's been doing really, really well for Red. He's been looking good to the eye test, though his stats, I think, are tempered. When he's good, he's really good. When he's bad, he's struggling a little bit. So I'm glad that Rebello is having, I think, arguably the best start you could hope for when coming up from Tier 2.
Well, I think especially because, look, it all worked out, and results-based analysis is one thing, but this change was not guaranteed to work, right? I think Red fans were just sort of clamoring for a change. I think we were clamoring for a change just because the status quo, and look, there is something to be said for riding out the highs and lows, right, of a roster that you've kept for a while. I do think in League of Legends we don't do that enough, right? It's a sport that gets criticized for roster changes that happen way too frequently, right? You don't give guys opportunities to succeed. But it was very clear that the Red Aegis roster had run its course, right? And but making, again, wholesale changes from your academy team. Again, if it's the plus side, okay, great. These guys have pre-built synergy, right? This is going to work really well. Not only do they have pre-built synergy, they're used to winning, right? Which, again, can backfire. Yes. But I do think there is something, they talk about this in traditional sports as well as we get back into game here. Like, knowing how to win is a thing, right? You see guys get traded from crap teams onto good teams, and all of a sudden, just because you're out of, for lack of a term, a loser culture, that can affect things, right? So these guys know how to win, right? They know how to close out games, see out leads, right? But going up against tougher competition, that can stifle that really quickly. This has been, again, all this to say, the thesis statement for Red this split. Best case scenario. And now, you've got a little lead ski here against, so what some might argue, is the best team in South America.
To be fair, Pain actually often is negative at 15 minutes. So I think Pain are still in their comfort zone right now.
Got to this 11 minutes. This is a less than 1,000 gold lead. I'm not reaching any further conclusions than that, but it is a lead.
True, and the way they got the lead is significant. Because usually Pain loses leads because they're focused on getting objectives, or they're focused on setting up these turrets to all go down rapid succession for a huge influx of gold, and so they go down a little bit at 15 minutes. But that's not the case this game. It was Red fighting claw, tooth, and nail, getting those early kills across the board that has given them that lead. And while Pain has managed to narrow the lead slightly, it is very, very minor. Like, Red's mostly okay. They're trying to bait Titan here.
And it seems to have worked. Oh, man, just flashing away at the last second is Rebello. Both summoners. He needed both of them there, RMC. But again, on the margins, a lot of these mid-game little skirmishes, these 1v1s and 2v2s.
You're taking it, and that's important. Like, it's a hard-fought fight, but all that matters is you get the win at the end of it, and it's not like Red need to go for an objective after that. So a kill's a kill. Golden pocket. Rebello hasn't died yet. 1-0-1 to Titan, who won 2-0. Not looking too hot just yet. That's it. Titan has picked up Blade of the Ruined King, and this, with Blade of the Ruined King, I think plays very differently. You get the slowdown, you get the chase, and Rebello didn't win this 1v1. It was a 2v1. He still needed jungle pressure. It sucks that Carioca's not having the same impact as Doom, but for Titan, he's still comfortable in these matchups. He's still doing fine individually.
And again, man, another rock-solid game for Doom, right? And with Kaze playing at the high highs that he's playing at, that's all you need from Doom. It's not to say that he can't do more, but right now, just play the Wukong, press R, be at the right place at the right time. The game's going to play itself, man.
We'll see how it goes, because Pain will do their best to throw some sort of wrench into that particular game plan that Red have. And if we look across the board, right now, mid lane is pretty much evened out. Bot lane has always been even this entire time. Top side, Weiser's getting some very, very tiny advantages, but we call Weiser the rock of the top lane a lot in Brazil or in LTA South because the man's incredibly steady. Talking of dropping a wrench into the plans, you could drop a boulder into the plan of things. And Cassante is a champion that has a lot of mobility, especially in team fights. It's the ability to kind of isolate and take out targets. Doom wants to get in there in Cyclone. There isn't a world in which Weiser just isolates him and goes, no, you're playing with me here in the corner. Your Cyclone's not hitting my team. Let your team handle the rest of it.
Little passage through the mid lane from Curry. Dragging up in another 20 seconds here. Could be another objective trade, maybe, as Weiser gets that completed item going. With the Frozen Fist. Heart Steal on the other side for FNB. More infinite stacking for our infinite stacking boy, RMC. Yeah, just wants to be, like we said, a big old body there. As everyone's kind of hitting these first item spikes there. The Shojin coming in for Rebello on the Corki.
Okay, that's an interesting build that we often see Trinity Force be sort of the go-to for a lot of Corkis. And I wonder if this is an adaptation to just try and survive the lane a little bit better against Titan. For Pain Gaming, Roamer hasn't completed the Seraph's Embrace yet. So I don't know if they actually want to go for this fight. What am I saying? Of course they are. It's Pain. They are positioning for it despite the fact that they have a bit of an item disadvantage right now.
Yeah, they're jockeying for it. Let's see what happens here. FNB looking for a flank. The Pebbles go out. Weiser able to land his strikes onto a couple here. Roamer kind of dishing out the damage. Carioca over the wall. Who's going to walk away with it? It's actually Nico that secures it. Red Canids walk away with their second dragon of the game. Big Cyclone, big Pop Blossom. The combo writes itself, and the team fight takes care of itself. Rebello completely unbothered, but over the top lane goes Weiser. Will he get enough damage down? He just might. If Kaze able to get forward, Weiser gonna walk away from this one kind of scot-free here. Roamer not able to get back in and have that impact that he wanted. It's a 2 for 2, excuse me. When everything is said and done, Roamer able to flash away, but that might not be enough. The 5 Shuriken Strike not going to find its mark.
And FourY4, it's Frosty without Unshielded Spellbook and Smite securing the objective. It's the young guns of Red Canids who survived the fight. It's Kaze, it's Doom, it's Rebello, while the old guys took the damage, and Doom getting in there, getting that critical Cyclone you were talking about buys so much space for the team. Curry just can't quite find the impact with the rest of the team. He gets the Magnet Storm off, but his team has to stay away from the Cyclone. And the end of this fight, Weiser, Titan, we're talking about Weiser, just throwing a wrench to the plans. He did just that. But Doom's, the clone right there that he pops to block Roamer is what allows them to take out Titan without dropping another body. If Roamer's rocks were being chucked in, if they had landed, that fight would have gone even, if not turned, for Pain Gaming.
Now the Herald going to be started up here. Let's see if we get another fight. It's Pain just kind of losing out on the margins here, bleeding out ever so slowly. But this lead far from insurmountable. The clone goes in, and it is just that. A clone. Doom able to get right back out. Okay. He is level 11, so the cooldown going to be slightly shorter on that Cyclone. Will not be enough. My goodness. Rebello. Calm down, King.
Yeah, that Spear of Shojin doing a lot of work. And hey, we talked about how Corki's laning got a little bit nerfed. His rockets got buffed in compensation, and it's the rockets that are landing right now on Titan, making sure that Yunara can't even get in there to kind of play the same game to actually get the Blade of the Ruined King stacks running and chasing down Rebello. And with that push out, I don't know if Titan can hold this turret.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's gotta be careful, but he does have Curry and Carioca just kind of waiting in the wings, so allows him to be a little more bold when he's kind of stepping up towards that turret. Red with a nice little lead here early on as we transition kind of into the mid game for good. Dragon gonna be up for another 2 minutes. Atakan another 3 minutes. RMC, it's been, you know, Red have carried out this lead. It hasn't been without its bumps in the road, but slowly but surely, they are in fact seeing out this lead, which, like we were sort of alluding to, is so often the problem we see with young teams.
Yeah, and most notably, they've grown their lead, right? They kind of stalled out after getting the initial kills, but finding that fight, they double their kill count, they double their gold lead as well. For Pain Gaming, though, 2K is a little bit concerning for them. They do have Herald in pocket, so that's kind of gold waiting to be gained if they can take a turret. And we're seeing the gold totals for the individual players. Rebello and Doom kind of at the top there, and Kaze just barely ahead of Romer. So that mid lane is still really close. It is coming down to Doom and Rebello, the Brazilian rookies who are coming in to carry that next big fight. And Doom especially, I want to highlight him. We talked a lot about him in that last fight. He's been very, very proactive. And even here, he's still looking to try and kick things off. And with Rebello, with Kaze nearby, oh, sorry, that's Frosty, not Rebello. Rebello's on the other side. But still, the ability for them to collapse in is where I think all the action is going to happen.
Ooh, apologies to stop talking mid-yawn. Titan has, Titan has 2 items now. But Doom, like you said, he's looking for it because he's got that old back off cooldown. And I mean, sort of like Sejuani, right? It's such a powerful ultimate. You want to be ripping that thing kind of as often as you can, right? Doom 2-0-3. Rebello also with that 5 out of 8 KP. Doom's just been at the right place at the right time, man. He's really helped this early game go. We'll see how much of an impact he has in the late game, right? Wukong's going to fall off a little bit, but it's just about starting those fights, right? Combining with Frosty, crucially, the jungle support for this Red Canids team and composition. Okay, thank you, Brazil Production.
Who's
whatever that was. Oh, that was Rose. Why? Okay, we have a special guest in the studio today, apparently. Well, that's exciting.
What? Okay, I am unfamiliar with that.
Can't wait to learn.
Oh!
Oh! It's Dia! Holy moly! Dia
Let's
in
go!
Brazil. Dia in Brazil. Let's go! Our king down south of the equator, taking in LTA South in the best way possible. Yes, even better than us in person. It's an electric atmosphere. That is awesome. That's wonderful. Hey, Rose, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Rose. That was spot on perfect. That is that's why we say Bum Dia, right? Because Dia's down there.
Yeah. Good Dia. Dia make good in the south. Another dragon to be started up here very, very shortly. Red again. Just very proactive, like you said, from Doom. Rebello's got to be careful. He doesn't get shoot out before this fight starts. But Doom sets up, and again, Pain fight into Red Canids. But when it comes to fighting, there are a few better than Pain Gaming. Romer coming in hot with the Weaver's Wall, trying to separate Rebello out, but a cheeky Blast Cone will take care of that. Herald dropped in the mid lane. That'll stop.
Get Shelly. Go back to the fight. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a bold production choice there. But FNB able to yoink it away again with the Smite Feast combo. No one steals Spellbook for Frosty, but if he did, he'd have 3 smites. But effectively, you've got 2, and that's enough for Red Canids. They're up 3 dragons to 0 here, RMC.
And they've nerfed the Smite off of Unsealed Spellbook. It only does 900 damage now. So Feast out damages that as well. So I guess that's why they were picking the Cho'Gath here. We had questions on how does this Cho'Gath fit into the composition? Well, it's a body, it's blocking Pain from engaging, and with the Feast, it pretty much guarantees that you should, well, not guarantees because it's only 100 more damage than the likes of the Unsealed Spellbook, but it gives you a bit of an edge in these objective fights, and they're stacking it. And imagine the Cho'Gath with an Ocean Soul at the end. It's going to be nasty to deal with. Romer just kind of baiting out a little bit. Doom is in the area as Pain have started up the Atakan, and Red know this. They are looking for the collapse.
This is a bold choice from Pain, just kind of going in immediately. The fight going to start here, like you said. Red coming in for the collapse, but are enough members there quick enough? Frosty able to get the Blood Blossom down, and Kaze gets in there to finish him off, but he will go down with the Magnet. Just kidding, he won't. It's not going to be enough. Rebello on cleanup duty. He's going to get the rest of it. Carioca surrounded by the skin of his teeth. Frosty flashing forward. AD Nico, who needs it? Just auto attack, kids. Red going to pick up the Atakan right where Pain left it off. It's just Curry left. Red Canids continuing their warpath through this game.
Okay, and we set it up as Pain were the kings and Red were the challengers, but Red is bringing the challenge straight to Pain and winning each and every single time. They're going for it in that fight as well. I can't believe that Kaze got away. He got so low. Titan was just wrecking him, and he actually couldn't go on Titan initially. He was focused down on Romer. I need to see a replay why he didn't die. It felt like Titan kind of pulled away at the last second. And look, the shred is down from Atakan. Pain is taking a lot of risks. Curry's actually on the side looking for a potential engage. So Pain knew this was an option, knew that this was going to happen, and Romer gets caught out initially. Okay, so yeah, Doom is the one on Titan, ready to go auto attack. Kaze, Pain switched. Okay, Titan switched to FNB and didn't finish off Kaze.
Yeah, FNB just kind of got forward. I think the Shroud was still down, so he's like, look, I can't. If I go forward, I die.
And you die either way, and you now don't find an answering kill on the other side. Heck, did anybody on red actually end up falling in that fight? No, there's no kills gained for Pain. So 5-0. Red just beat one of the best team fighting teams in the league at back-to-back team fights.
I do think that Atakan Shred played a big part in that, but that's not to take the flowers away from Red, right? I mean, look, going for that Atakan, right? Ever since this objective got introduced, it's a risky proposition, especially this early in the game, right? Red, they got off the dragon, so I like the vision, right? The idea from Pain there, right? Red just, kind of auto back, right? And it's not to like say, oh, they just brain off back. No, they got a dragon, right? So they're just all right, cool. We're gonna go back and reset, spend our gold here, right? Get some item spikes going. And Red and Pain immediately made the call, but the damage just wasn't quite there. And the fight started off actually not even that bad. But Kaze looking for more blood here. Doom, if he can get in there with the ultimate, he's got that. Doesn't have a flash. Kaze just jumps right out of the Cataclysm. That is disrespectful. And now Carioca is left without a ship to grab onto in the water. 2 kills come over for Red Knids. Doom going in there a little too far forward, my brother in Christ. A shutdown goes in there for Wiser.
And I think I saw in chat, Rose is the one who was saying that this kind of reminds him of game 1 of Lev versus Fluxy W7M. I'm getting game 2 of Fluxy W7M versus Lev vibes with the way Doom was diving into that turret. Very, very deep with very, very little payoff. And the fact that they were able to find a kill, not ideal for them. But the way Red is brute forcing this, like, should Kaze be allowed that deep in the enemy jungle? No, he shouldn't. But when Akali gets far ahead enough that he can do that, now you know you've got major issues. And they didn't kill Kaze. Rest of Doom just kind of get there. Okay, to be fair to Doom, it wasn't Doom's choice. Wiser just dragged him. Great play from Wiser to be able to at least find 1 kill back, but gold lead still growing in favor of Red. Pain still with their backs up against the wall. Pain still looking, praying for a bigger mistake that they can capitalize on. And since Doom kind of didn't make that mistake, Red are still playing this fairly clean.
Yeah, no, it's exactly like you said. It wasn't really his fault. 6-0-2 here from Rebello. A really clean game on this Corki. Now he's got Cleaver going as well. So going to shred down Cleaver and I saw the Mana Moon and I was like, Cyrilda's with Cleaver? No, it's not the case. So able to shred down really, really quickly here. And why the heck not? Kaze got the Shadow Flame as well. Going to start just blowing people up. This is a man's build. Kaze not taking any prisoner. With the needlessly large rod, that smells like a death cap in a couple of fights to me.
I happen to believe that to be a real man, you should be well-educated and literate. So until I see a Mudjai Soul Stealer come through from Kaze...
I mean, look, with the 7-stack Dark Seal, that might be on the menu as well here. Kaze trying to take a cheeky route into this fight. They do have Pain Gaming, the Tri-Brush there warded. Curry looking for a cheeky angle as well. He'll step over a Farsight. Frosty,
Titan?
He's got his ultimate as well. Titan, question mark ping. He has to flash away. Doom now.
He did it. He did the Titan thing.
But he baited and outsmarted Red Knids. It was all part of the plan, RMC. But Kaze, he's got a lot of damage. Looking to make a Pain Gaming's problem. FNB kind of low here. Got Kaze surviving just by the health of his Shroud. Wiser goes over the wall and almost gets Kaze. He has to R2 out of there. FNB will be the sacrificial lamb here as Kaze gets back to safety.
FNB just burning 2 Leandries without Titan, trying to take down this absolute unit does take quite a bit of time, but they will be able to do that. And we're just saying for Pain needs some sort of reversal. They need to find the right thing, and they did. They found Kaze on a flank. Kaze has not given up. He's TPing right back into this one. Gonna try and steal this away. Maybe find a kill or 2, but with Romer being there, with the mines that he can put down, it's gonna be tough for Kaze.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. I think he thought the better of it as well. Just not worth it. He's got a 430 gold bounty on his head as well. What's the point? You're up 3 dragons to 0. Titan, going forward here, and Doom just with a really good vision on that.
And this is why where Titan goes, championships follow, because the man just has the magic moves. We've seen him do this time and time again on things like Misfortune as well. Well, he runs ahead of the team, and he was baiting Doom into the engage. Doom went in, but the team actually wasn't able to follow up, and because of that, they get put in a position where a seismic shove from Roamer hits like an absolute earthquake. And with the Runan's Hurricane from Titan, he got so much damage off before he died. Kaze getting spotted out on the side, but it's just Curry, and Curry's going to regret walking into this, Ninja.
Yeah, I was going to say, man, he gets the damage down on him. Karioka able to EQ forward, and the Weaver's Wall almost spelled doom for Kaze. But with the Jin Air emote, hell yeah, real knowers no. Throws that up there, but gets out safely. Yeah, Rebello had his first death of the game in that last fight, and now setting up for some picks here. Our Red Canids potentially on their way out. RMC, the lead got slashed in that last fight. It was approaching 5,000. Now just down to 2. Pain have the momentum here. You see that goal graph right on cue. Has it's gone down to pre-fight levels here. Titan, like you said, he's on a hyperscaler now, and then that's kind of his comfort zone here. The team fight's still really, really strong for Pain Gaming.
Yeah, and less than the sort of scaling of these compositions, it's how the fights are going to play out. We've already seen for Pain, Titan is king. If he survives, he pumps out a ton of damage. But for Red, it's all about Kaze. And I love that here in the LTA South, we've gone from mid laners like Tinons, like Jinkedo, a lot of these mid laners who play very supportive utility roles, who play very, very good macro and decision making, towards mid laners like Kaze, like Fu, like heck, Roamer to a certain extent, where they've got hands and you give them a mechanical champion and they literally warp the game around them. A lot of these fights are going to come down to, can Kaze take out Titan and get out? And up to now, despite how risky these fights have been, Kaze still insists on not trying to build any sort of stasis. No Seeker's Arm Guard, no Zonias. He's doubling down on a death cap.
Yeah, at least not yet. I'd be stunned if we don't see that 4th or 5th item, because it's just like, why not? As the far side comes down, Red are trying to sneak away this Baron. Kaze just planting himself in that Tri-Brush. He knows that his damage is best served trying to negate some sort of engage here, but they pass each other like ships in the night. Kaze's got to get over there quickly. That Baron health is ticking down very, very slowly, RMC. Clone goes out from Frosty. If Weiser can get in there and be a body, he opens it up for Karioka to potentially go in for a steal. Curry's got his ultimate as well. This could be go a long way towards deciding the fate of this game. Kaze still looking for a way in, still looking for that long flight. The fight starts here.
They got Titan!
Blossom goes out. He got Titan. He is down, and that could mean a dub here for Red automatically. Kaze goes in with no resistance. Frosty is low. Baron's still up, but that is so secondary. Red get it anyway. It's a wipe for Pain Gaming. Red Canids with the 5-0 and the Baron, RMC.
That's right, Kaze. Smile, because you popped off, King. Red Canids, it was a long mission from Kaze, but they clear all the wards. They were so patient in that Baron, and FNB was taking so much shred from tanking it, but they knew what they could and couldn't do. They find Titan immediately popping, and we said a lot of these fights are going to come down to, can Kaze kill Titan? Well, can you kill Titan as a whole? Red didn't need Kaze to do it. The whole team just collapsed, removed the Yunara, and it's just that easy. Baron into Inhibitor. The game's not over yet, but it's in a very, very comfortable position for Red.
Another pause here. We'll see where the attention is drawn as far as that the technical difficulties here. But man, oh man, well, it's like you said, right? I mean, that was you set it up beautifully as far as what to watch out for in these fights, right? It's Kaze and Titan. They are the kings of these fights, but Titan, he got jumped on, right? Doom, I do want to get a replay of that, and I imagine if this tech pause goes long, we will get that. But yeah, absolutely, Kaze. Why not? All right, go off, King. He is playing his butt off. Yeah, with the wolf plushie there. Bingo. Okay. Perfect. Let's see how Titan meets his demise here. Oh, just goes forward and just gets punished immediately.
He doesn't have flash this time. He has barrier, but no flash. So moving forward like that is kind of illegal, but that's what we've known Titan for, ironically, in the past when he was on Red, right? His Ezreal arcane shifts ins were things of legends. We haven't seen that in a while from him, but nowhere's no. Those who used to follow old CBLOL will know that he was known for that. As he looked like he was showing a choking symbol for a second there, and you know what? I think that's fair for Titan. Definitely a bit of a choking hazard. Are they playing rock, paper, scissors?
Hey, gotta pass the time somehow, man.
Is that allowed? I thought you couldn't communicate in a pause.
Look, if they've got their own secret code, then that's not. Then the rules aren't fit for purpose. RMC, all right.
Fair enough.
If we get Diacam right now, I'm going to pee out of excitement, like a dog. Yeah,
that's live. Okay.
Yeah, maybe it's live. see here, but yeah, it's a video here from Dia enjoying the action here after Red got that 5-0 team fight and the Baron. RMC, man, now this is, I mean, this is Reds to lose here. This isn't cheeky anymore. This is real.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not playing any tricks. They are just out-handsing Pain right now, straight up in team fights. And I think that says a lot about the team, because up to now, it's been a conversation for most of this year in Split 2, Split 3 about Furia versus Pain, right? The up-and-comers in Furia, all these younger players, not necessarily rookies, though Tatu is a rookie, but the rest of that squad is not necessarily rookies, but they are very, very young. Under ThinkHard coming in from NA, and they were popping off, they won last split, and there was always Pain in the background, you know, the last kings of CB Law, the big squad, the fan favorites who are always threatening and menacing the top. There's been nobody else in that sort of tier. And now we're seeing Red really contest from that and just really solid, good decision making, a lot of really good fundamentals, and amazing hands from Kaze, Rebello, and Frosty. And I guess that's why we see, you know, the likes of Frosty, the choice that Titan made when he couldn't get Curry. We know Curry's amazing, but Frosty's saying, well, anything you can do, so can I.
He's certainly playing this Nico really, really well. Again, we can argue about how much, you know, skill this champion does or doesn't take, but he's hit every single ultimate. It has been just wildly impactful. And it's not flash ult either, right? He's just been good old-fashioned proto belt ult, right? And using the clones to hide himself. Yeah, Kaze, I think what he was doing when he was touching his neck like there is that he yelled too loud and like too hard. And I think he just might have like just roasted his vocal cords a little bit. But yeah, man, oh man. I mean, look, really awesome stuff for Red. And again, right, Kaze, he didn't come up through, I mean, he came up through CD, but he's not Brazilian, right? He's Argentinian. No. He came up from LLA, right? That is where he kind of, you know, made his mark before kind of dumpstering the second division here in Brazil last year, or last split.
Yeah, and again, the fact that we talked about him being a missionary, it wasn't just dumpstering CD. He dumpstered a lot of different divisions. When he was in the LRS on Fernven, he did really, really well. When he, you know, was playing on WAP, likewise, they did a fantastic run of it. You know, he was on Infinity in LRN as well, and they had a top 3 finish. So this guy's kind of just been like everywhere. Back when he was in Isurus, so he's technically not a rookie, because he did play on Isurus as well. Isurus did better with him, and that's why I find it kind of funny that Isurus is now here, and they don't have Kaze, and they are somewhat struggling.
All right, we're going to try to bring in Dia here. Because
live, okay.
The game is paused. We're going to try for an impromptu Dia interview. Insane. FaceTiming from the arena. Hi, Dia.
Hello, Dia.
I can barely hear you, but I wanted to show you the arena during the pause.
That's amazing, dude. I mean, it's amazing that you're there. One, but thank you for showing us the arena. Yeah, you got us at a good time.
For you guys later, but that's the Pain section, and they've been going absolutely wild.
I'm glad they're still popping off what they're losing.
Or the Anyway, enjoy. Say hi, Garb.
Elite. Hi, Garb.
Hey, Garb.
I still can't hear you very well because it's very loud, but I love you guys.
We love you too, Dia. Bye, Dia. I love the wig as well. Should tell her that. Very fun. Yeah.
Is that a wig?
Or maybe it's not a wig, I guess. To be fair, yeah. I guess I don't know. Yeah, coming down from Canada. Yeah, for those that don't know, Dia's girlfriend essentially is the reason that this project got started. Dia was like, you know, I'll put it this way. In 2020, in kind of the height of the pandemic, he reached out to me and was like, oh, like, you know, we were in a waiting room for an interview for something else, for a different league, for, you know, caster applications. And he was like, oh, like, you know, you're Brazilian or whatever, right? And he's like, yeah, my partner's Brazilian. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm, you know, I live here in the US, right? But I was born in Brazil. I speak Portuguese, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, so I've thought of like starting a cast for the CB LOL in English, right? Dia, we call him our fearless leader because he was the one that started all this. Yeah. And he did it partially because he was like, my girlfriend's Brazilian as we get back into game here. And was like, yeah, like I wouldn't have thought to do it if not for my Brazilian girlfriend. And now here we are 5 years later. So shout out to them too.
Yep, and that's why, you know, Garb's on there as well, helping act as a translator. Though Dia has been learning Portuguese as well, so
Portuguese is pretty good. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah,
definitely better than mine. I speak none after all these years, nevertheless.
But
I don't even speak French.
Your pronunciation of Circuitão Desafiante, that is brutal to kind of like be able to rattle off, and it's not bad, RMC. I want to give you your flowers.
I just go as fast as I can and pray nobody hears. Curry, getting caught out.
Oh no, and the combo's too free. They didn't even use the Cyclone. Get a little bit of CC down with the Tangle Barbs, and the Pot Blossom does the rest. Roamer down, Curry down. It's a 5 versus 3 as Red lays siege to Pain Gaming's base. And the mid tower and the mid inhibitor are gone as well. Kaze says to hell with your Cataclysm, but will get taken down by Carioca there. A shutdown, a much needed one there. Yeah, Kaze may be a little too big for his bridges there, but they still have their jungler. Pain do as well. They go for the Ocean Soul.
Okay, and this gets kind of risky because without Kaze, Red don't have as much threat onto Titan. But to be fair to Pain Gaming, without Curry, they don't have that easy an engage either. They burnt Cataclysm. Are they even going to look for it? They're just going to give this up. And for I was worried Pain is just going to go out of the whimper. They are still fighting as hard as they can to try and be wrong this game. Can they do it themselves? I don't know. 7,500 gold feels massive. And again, the scaling from both these teams are comparable. I feel like Red would have to make a significant mistake, not like a small one like what Kaze did, but they'd have to throw, especially with Ocean Soul in pocket. Like FNB can just sit there and tank for days at this point.
We're going to have to look at how Red met his end, or how Kaze, I should say, met his end. Cataclysm right over Kaze, waiting to bait that out. Very nicely done, but Titan a little too strong. It's a bummer that Carioca got the kill, but I think he just smited him down just to make sure they didn't get any sort of shenanigans there. Look, fair enough. But Kaze now, RMC, he's coming back with the death cap.
True. He still doesn't have a Magi Soul Stealer, though, so a little bit disappointed. Also, no Seeker's Arm Guard. So he is still killable. And as this game goes on, that becomes more and more of a risk. We've seen teams kind of throw a little bit when one player gets too far ahead and gets too hyphy. But speaking of ahead, Rebello is ahead right now. He got hit by the Seismic Shove, but that build that he's gone for, is that an Overlord's Blood Mill? Like, he's building tank.
Yeah, this Rebello build is wild. This is literally a bruiser build, by the way, aside from the Muramana. As Kaze tries to get forward and do what he does to Titan. Titan's on 3 items now. He's got that LDR as well in tow, so he can rip through just about anybody. Kaze just playing, just baiting right now, essentially, right? It is that kind of that 4-1 that you were alluding to in the early game. I confess I forget if you're talking about Pain or Red, but point is that's kind of what Red are doing right now. But I didn't expect it to be with Kaze necessarily. And they can run 1-3-1, but they've got options here.
Neither did I. I was talking about Red, but I was talking about FNB potentially on the split push, right? When you've got the Kaze threat in the team fight. But now Kaze is so far ahead. He is the one-man split push threat. And sure, he had to burn Perfect Execution to get out. But if he does that and his team can get a turret on the other side, that's worth it. The cooldown on that ultimate is fairly low since it's not like a huge, like massive game-changing ultimate in and of itself. It just helps you kill things better. And frankly, Kaze doesn't need that help at this point.
No, he does not. He's got 2 flat pen items, a Dark Seal, and a Rabadon's. He's going to be just fine. Yeah, Rebello with this Overlord's Blood Mail, though, man. This I did not have on my bingo card, but hey, it seems to be working out all right for him. Like we said, like they're not lacking for damage, right? They're going to be just fine as far as both styles of damage. Rebello having quietly an amazing game, 10-1 and 7. Right, the fact that Kaze only has 3 kills, I don't think that's really telling the whole story. But Rebello has just been running into some and just playing a really safe, solid, quirky game. And now with this more defensive build arms, he can afford to be a little more aggressive in these team fights. Right, as they get a little more chaotic, he can just kind of face tank some stuff.
Yeah, and again, it just synergizes so well with the Ocean Soul, right? If you survive, Ocean Soul has a lot of value. Wiser stepping up, eating a lot of poke for his troubles. And just like that, Pain, they were looking, they wanted to try and force something, but they've got to just back off completely. And FNB continues to be a thicker and thicker beast. One thing, too, that about the build from Rebello is that his poke is still very relevant. There's not really a true tank from Pain. Like, okay, well, there is Wiser, but Wiser's not able to match up to tank. Whereas I'm looking at Pain, and they have not a lot of poke. It's just Roamer chucking pebbles at this massive void monster at this point.
Oh no, Kaze was looking for that flank, and he'll just get Hunter to zeroed, caught out, immediately punished by the far side.
Okay.
And now Pain smell blood in the water. They've got the numbers advantage, and they want to try to press it here. FNB fighting well in a choke point as the Weaver's Wall goes out. Baron is up, RMC. That's the prize these two teams are looking at here. Again, Reds still have the Ocean Soul. They've still got a 7,000 gold advantage, but Kaze is down for almost a minute.
Yeah, 38 seconds left. We hit teleport. He has that available. Also, ironically, he just bought the Seeker's Arm Guard and didn't get a chance to use it. So for Pain, they're going to try and do this, but it's still risky. Doom and FNB are both up. Feast Smite combo is available.
It's available. Let's see if they can execute it. Karioka's got his smite at the ready as well.
Oh!
Very nicely done and taken by Kuri. So it didn't go exactly how they thought, but the end result is still the same. They got in, they got their Baron, and now they are getting out. Kaze's still down for another 10 seconds. They got to be careful they don't overstay their welcome here, but they still have the numbers advantage. If they can find him, then they will try to get the kills here. RMC, there's the Pop Blossom.
Okay.
Kuri able to get a little bit more CC'd up, and here
Kaze's
comes the
back
TP
up,
from Kaze. Did Pain just throw the game after getting it back in their way?
Titan
They
melts!
just might have Kaze just... He finally gets Titan. Man, oh man, I got dizzy there, folks. I'm sorry. 2 kills over to Red. Roamer surviving by the skin of his teeth. Rebello blows the flash for all his troubles, and it will be
TP?
enough. You'd like to think, yeah, tried to channel the TP to get the heck out of Dodge, but it will not be enough. It's just Kuri and Karioka left wearing purple. RMC, that's a bummer, man.
It is. And it was so incredibly close, too. Frosty should be dead to rights, barely able to limp away because of Kaze. And Kaze got stunned up on the mines. It didn't matter. The Shroud was still in effect, so Pain weren't able to kill Kaze even through the stun. And just like that, Red might have lost the Baron, but they will be taking Pain's base. They will be pushing in. And most importantly, FourY4, 30 seconds to Elder. Pain, they got a pick onto Kaze to facilitate this whole sort of play around Baron to get where they are, where the gold gap... I kind of shrank, like barely.
Yeah,
but
kinda.
around Elder, I don't see Red making that same mistake again, and we get to see the replay on this. Titan was feeling comfortable. FNB can't really do anything, and so hence the chase down with the Blade of the Rune King. The fight as well got really iffy, and I think if Titan could have gotten in closer towards the main fight with that Runan's Hurricane, maybe things changed. But instead he had to walk the long way around the wall, and this part, Doom gets the Cyclone, and Kaze almost instantly pops Titan. Titan's like dead to rights. The stun comes through right here. But they're in the Shroud. So they can't see Kaze. They can't finish off Kaze. And we've been through this before. If Kaze is alive, Titan can't play out the fights.
It is still these two protagonists. It is Kaze and it is Titan. If they are alive, their team stands a great shot at winning the fight. The knockup lands on a Wiser, but not much else. Doom thinning out the wave, looking for a way into this one. Frosty, he's got his combo up as well, besides the flash. Damage coming in onto Wiser.
Inside.
Doom looking for a way into the back.
He's in
back
there.
With the Magnet Storm.
They
Double
got Titan.
Cyclone will be enough as Titan goes down. Rebello, the melee RFC, Corky, Bruiser, Tank, Mage gets it done. Kaze cleans up the back end. Red wiped Pain off the map. It's just Karioka left. Can they end here? I think that's what they just might try to do.
Yep, forget the Elder. Just push in an end with minute-long death timers on Pain Gaming. What are they going to do? Karioka has no wave clear. He doesn't even have enough tank with only a Canic Rooker. If he jumps in there, he's dead to rights. And even if Red can't finish it on this particular push, they can always fall back to Elder and pick another team fight. They have so many options. For you ask me what counter there is to Yunara, I still don't know what the lane counter is, but at least we seem to have found it in this game compositionally. Get an assassin and get a whole crap ton of CC.
They let Kaze cook. That was the fatal flaw. Rebello as well, quietly an incredible game on this Corky. Red Knit, a pretty complete win there. Again, not without its ups and downs, not without an oopsie or two from Kaze, but what a statement, RMC.
Yeah, and what a potential sort of upset Cinderella story for Red Canids. I don't think anybody would have pegged Red Canids as the top team coming out of the pick and play phase. But if they win here, they are going to get seed selection. They get to pick whoever the hell they want to fight in the elimination phase. And you can see, the Pain players are running into their rooms. They know they need to kind of talk and try and figure out where to go from here. Because sure, Akali's banned in full Fearless, but Silas? LeBlanc, there's still a lot of other champions Kaze can pick that can do very similar things to that Akali.
Yeah, and Titan, right, he's still going to have that target on his back, right? So maybe it's a shift from Pain to say, hey, maybe we take away some of the responsibility from Titan. Maybe we don't put this big old target on his back and force Red Canids into some more, more decision trees, right? Yeah. So we'll see what the adaptations are from both sides. But RMC, man, what a game from Red. I mean, on the Pain side of things, right? Again, you're a fan, you're not... It's about to be completely neutral, but as a fan, you're also pretty harsh when you need to be. So what went wrong there for Pain?
The weird part was I don't think they did too much wrong. I really feel like this is a red
That's why I asked you,
because
I'm struggling to pin something down.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that Karioka is a little bit passive in the early game, right? And I think that's been a criticism I've leveled at a lot of junglers. The J4 had very, very little impact. They could have used another carry somewhere else so that not all the weight is on Titan's shoulders. But at the same time, it's like, that's been the Pain MO. That's the Titan MO in general. Like, he will carry you. Caitlyn, Kalista, heck, he's carried late games on those sort of champions. So giving him just a Yunara and making him the primary carry, I can't even fault them. But I do think they need to be a bit more proactive, and they need to be respectful. I do think that one fight where they kind of brute forced it a little bit, messed up, was where Rid just took off running in that game. And going into game 2, I expect to see a bit more, I feel like, winning lanes and a bit more backup, insurance as to how to play out the late game should they fall behind.
Well, let's see where they take their adaptations. Let's see what Red do, right? Running it back. We'll see what side they get. This is a best of 3 after all, but if Red can 2-0 Pain Gaming here, man, oh man, does that generate some interesting discussions as we head into the elimination phase. But for now, it's game 2 on the docket. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. What's up, everybody? Thank you for being here. I'm FourY4. That is TDS this time around, taking you through the end of the day. Best of 3 between Red and Pain. Red out to a 1-0 lead in kind of surprisingly dominant fashion. Pain with a bit of a one-dimensional composition that, look, when you've got Titan, usually that can work. But this time around, Kaze and the boys ripped him to shreds.
Yeah, I would say surprisingly enough for the way that first game kind of went through. I was expecting Pain to realistically just be able to run through with what they typically work with, right? Like Titan having a hyper carry that can be played around really well. But that's where you have to give a lot of props to Red, because they found multiple angles to get onto Titan. They were able to really easily just control the Yunara in a way that she wasn't able to do anything at all. And I think that that's a great example of a team that is able to not only pinpoint the right strength of the enemy team, but deal with it effectively, immediately, and without really having to do much, because it was on flank angles that killed the AD carry, and then you play the rest of the match of the team fight really easily.
Yeah, exactly. And look, and we talked about it a little bit on the last cast, like Titan's aggressiveness. That's big kind of his hallmark, right? He loves to ride the line, and when it works, man, is it cool. When it doesn't work, it looks really dumb, because you're like, look, you're made of paper. Why are you up that close?
It's the great duality of the AD carry, where you see him either being hyper and all of a sudden winning a fight just by clearing everybody and being aggressive, and then dying randomly because he stepped too forward and got hit by 2 Akali Qs. Like, that's the duality of man, the duality of AD carry, and Titan is a perfect example of that. That being said, I do think that if they can change just a couple of things going into game 2, that can still perfectly fine work out. Like, I think for all that happened in that game, there were instances where we saw that as long as Pain fight the right team fight, then Titan could just completely run off with the AD carry. And I think that that was just something that I hope to see a little bit more coming into game 2, where we see more action from the support, and then also in their jungle, a little bit more aggressiveness, because I was feeling like Carioca was lacking that in that first game a little bit.
A little bit, especially compared to Doom, right? It didn't look great, but then also when you've got Doom on the other side, it's just like, all right, I'm hitting level 6, I'm just going in, right? He was 203 by like 15 minutes, and he was ripping ults left and right on the Carioca, on the Wukong. Hello. They switched sides now. Pain on the blue side, or Pain on the red side, Red on the blue side. Maybe I'll mess that up at some point, but the bans have come through. Vera's still off the table, or on the table, I should say, off the ban list. Wouldn't be surprised if Rebello just grabs that for himself, right? B1 immediately.
Yep.
Varus was off the board last time, so that led Titan to a Yunara B1 pick. Let's see what they decide to go with, and if they don't take it, I bet Titan is fiending. He would love to grab himself a Varus on the other side.
Yeah, no, immediately pick. They can go through a plethora of picks, but the Varus just looks so juicy at this point in the match, and it's so effective with how flexible he is with some of his builds and the way that he can play into most of the game. That being said, for the Varus, I think this has become one of the more staple picks going into the Varus. It's this Sivir, not only because of the spell shield to really deny the engage potential from the Varus, but also the movement speed that it provides for the rest of the team enables the rest of the team to really lock down onto Varus that is an immobile champion. So I really like the idea that the Sivir has become one of the better answers to this pick, and then also the Trundle with the Pillar of Ice also being able to try and stop that from coming far away. That being said, there hasn't been any tank pick yet, and I'm not sure if Red is going to opt into a tank, so the utility of the Trundle does go down a little bit because his ultimate is not going to be the max value it can be.
Trundle's strong, dude. Trundle's really strong. He's a good champion, dude. I mean, Rumble will be on the other side pick here. Roamer going to be on that. Galio. It could go to Weiser up in the top lane, but we do see Galio more often in the mid lane. Could be support even. Galio, I suppose that's an option.
Yeah, technically.
I'd be stunned, but I'm sort of just yapping here. I'd be really surprised.
I'm not against it.
Yeah, but it's just like there are so many other stronger options, right? I think that's kind of what you have to come back to, right? Leona's still available, Nautilus still available, Brom's still available. Let's see if they want to actually go for it. Renata's going to be the ban on the other side. Varus Renata. Again, Callista, everyone's just kind of realizing that champ is buns right now, and even with the buffs that are coming next patch, don't think it's going to really help her out, right? It helps out her scaling just a little bit.
They realized the problem was Callista, not the Renata.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, no, and Renata's still kind of crazy. And into that composition could be really, really nasty, right? Varus, I think next patch, right, he's going a little more on hit. They're trying to get them out of the lethality build. But Nautilus going to be taken away here. Not a surprise. But you've got a hyperscaling AD carry again for Titan, and sort of like you were alluding to, TDS, it does feel like there are a couple more windows in this composition, right? And crucially, you still have the R5 for Weiser. It's been a while since we've seen Weiser just kind of straight up hard carry a game, but we know he has that in him.
Yeah. And he has a lot of options to go for it in the top lane. There went still a bit, oh, actually the wind was went away, but there's still a couple of options here that you can try and look for if you're looking at the top lane, particularly now that you do have the Galio potentially being in the mid lane, potentially being a flex. So you already have magical damage, so you don't need to worry about that in the top side. So you can try and opt into something else, trying to look for it. One thing I'm looking for red though here is that with the Xin Zhao and the Rumble already picked, you kind of have to look into an engaged support or a mid laner that can force plays, because there's not a lot of engaged tools here to really make something happen. It's mainly on the Xin Zhao, and you really don't want to throw your Xin Zhao into the middle of a Trundle and a Galio immediately. Like, that is not necessarily a good idea. So they probably are looking for an engaged choice. I like the Vard here for the cancellation potential, especially if they opt into an engaged support like we were mentioning before.
No, then you can just stop everything in its tracks. Yeah, with one good ultimate. And Curry, he's good on this Bard, right? So it's actually been...
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time I saw him specifically pick it, but I know he has it in his bag. And again, Titan, he handpicked Curry all those splits ago to be his compatriot down here. Had him on red, and then it was Frosty, and then Curry came back, and I won't bore you with the lore drop right now, but here might be your engaged champion. I mean, yeah, like you talk about the Xin Zhao right now, he's kind of got to go in, but you need either a dive buddy, right, or just someone else to kind of start the fight, and Xin Zhao can get in there and follow it up, right? In a straight up 5v5, right? In a skirmish, whatever, right? You can send Xin Zhao in there just by himself. He doesn't need it. But
exactly,
Xin Zhao Galio, right? That's a nasty combo, right? You could get in and just Galio over the top, but it will be Frosty on the Rakan, and this is a pocket pick of his. This to me is his signature champion.
I like this Alice here.
Yeah, no, I would. Yeah, you've got a ton of really good ultimates to choose from as well. But again, you've got a dive buddy. So this is kind of a bit of a death ball composition now.
Yeah. It's all in on being able to utilize their dive potential really effectively. Really like the ideas that they bring forward with these three champions. Plus the Rumble from a safe distance, being able to provide the damage with their Equalizer as well as a poke from the barriers. Like, there's good choices in general there. Now, the last pick, they're waiting a little bit longer to try and pick it up. I was fine if they went for something in the mid lane and then sent the Galio in the top lane, but like you're mentioning, they are giving Weiser not only the counter pick, but the potential here to be that hyper carry. And another thing that I really like about the composition that Pain is going forward with is the fact that with the Sivir's movement speed, you don't necessarily need to immediately start a fight with what is the name of the ultimate from the MS? I'm lacking on it.
Public execution, not perfect execution.
Public execution, yeah, because most of the time with the Mbesa, you kind of have to start a team fight with public execution to really try and get onto someone. But realistically, this time around, you don't need to force a fight with that, because with the movement speed that you get from the Sivir, anyone can really get into the face of the people and then follow up really effectively, even the Trundle or the Galio. So if the Mbesa goes in, you have the Galio to follow up. If the Mbesa doesn't go in necessarily, you can just play the fight with the movement speed, and that way you can just try and play it longer, which is something that the Sivir can enable thanks to her ultimate.
Yeah, no, you can extend out those fights. Yeah, I think this composition, especially with the Galio and the Trundle pillar, right? I mean, can you can follow up really easily, but I also think you can fight backwards kind of easily, right? You've got to, if you're in a choke point, if you're in areas with terrain, right? I mean, shoot, even into the Trundle pillar, right? A Bard Q can stop two people directly in their tracks, right? And you've got the safety of a spell shield, yeah, and like, again, Trundle doesn't have any like Mondo targets to ult, so you are losing that value, like you were saying, TDS, but they're all gonna have to come to you as well, right? And you say, okay, you want to fight this just kind of, peito a peito, right, chest to chest? Bring it. I do that better than almost anybody.
Yeah, and honestly, like, yeah, the ultimate value does go down, but then in this sort of situation or in this sort of game where you have champions that are not necessarily the most mobile in different positions, you can actually get a lot of value out of the Pillar of Ice. Like, even champions that are really mobile get kind of messed up by the Pillar of Ice because of the movement speed that it takes away from some champions. The slow that it provides is really effective as well. So all in all, there is utility for the Trundle, even if it's not based on the ultimate. It's more so how they are able to make it work out. That being said, I do want to mention, though, with the composition from Pain, it is really going to be dependent quite heavily on them having a good early game to really deviate some of the damage lack of damage that they have early on. Because the Galio is not going to provide a lot of damage early on. The Mbesa does need a little bit of ramp up time. And then obviously Sivir is a 3-item carry. So like you're going to depend heavily on Carioca early on and trying to get a good early game going so that you can begin stacking up for the later stages where Red can really start the ball rolling really early on. And in the mid game, they are going to be super strong.
No, exactly, right. You've got to get to that early game, just if nothing else, as Weiser taking a little bit of damage here. Carioca What did he start here? Okay, he started Q, so not gonna be able to do anything with the pillar. Yeah, fair enough. You can't if you go E start unless you're walking away with a kill. That is suicide in the jungle.
Yeah.
You are not gonna be able to do that. But sort of like you were alluding to, I want to follow up on that. Red's composition in the mid game going to be monstrous, right? And also you see Rebello, right? Halo Blades early on here. He is just going to try to dominate this lane, just out damage you, just fight you. And again, Titan doesn't have the greatest of ranges, right? But you're there to kind of wave clear it. So I think a lot is going to be on Corey. Titan's going to have to time his spell shields really well because, like you said, TDS, this composition for Red Kniz is going to spike hard. And if they get that early game going, and if they can transition the lead like they did in game 1, the late game is going to be a nightmare for Pain Gaming.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. Now, they're also to just bring the perspective onto it for Pain, right? The fact that this is such a heavily forced composition from early to mid game from the side of Red does mean that if Pain is able to survive, I'm pretty sure that the late game is going to go much better for Pain. Because they have not only the Seaver, but their way of scaling into the later stage of the game is just that much better for Pain. But Red is really inking on being able to not necessarily arrive to that point, but just being that much farther ahead than the side of Pain, so that really doesn't matter. But that's why we really need to focus early on these two junglers, both of them starting opposite sides of the map. So we may see an early gank here on the bot side for Doom, and Carioca going to be a little bit late even to try and attempt going for a gank because he's just now going to the red.
Yep, so going to be a little bit further behind. Doom, meanwhile, he is level 3, and he's going to try to make it this Pain bot lane's problem. Let's see what he can get done here. Doom able to get there and get the knockup. That's the crucial thing they needed. Easy money, first blood for Rebello.
Yeah, so well done. And I really love the way that Doom went for that because obviously Sivir will have more than likely the spell shield. She is level 2. I'm not sure what she leveled up, but the spell shield wouldn't be surprising here. So instead of opting for going for Titan here, immediately opting into Curry, waiting for the flash so that you can follow up with your flash after the fact, and then blowing 3 summoners in the process. There's only Frosty using heal and Rebello using Ghost. That's it. Yes, he may lost the blue buff here, but all in all, having that early lead already onto Rebello, first blood for the Barrels down there in the bot lane, I think Mitchell accomplished perfectly there as Kaza needs to be careful here.
He's got to be careful here. Roamer doesn't have a ton of damage. Oh, he just killed him. Who needed to be careful of who? What a reversal.
That turret shot coming in clutch. I didn't even know he was in turret range.
Neither did I. That really surprised me.
Probably neither did him, actually, now that it ended up like that.
You're absolutely right.
But hey, 2-0, what a start for Red.
And again, man, I mean, it would have been very easy. And even though there's a part of me in the back of my head that says, look, Red got away with one last game, right? Okay, it's not to take away from them, but this is still Pain, right? Yeah, they got, they've had their warts this split, right? They've had their detractors, absolutely. As another fight looking like it's going to get started here. FNB might be in a little bit of trouble. Can Frosty get enough CC down to save FNB? It looks like he absolutely can. Very nicely done. Now as Kaze and Roamer go back and forth in the mid lane again, right? RMC mentioned at the start of the broadcast, Curdy has the most solo kills in the league right now. Second is a mid laner, and his name is Kaze.
Yeah, we can see how feisty he is, consistently trying to force some of these fights. And I think it's for better or for worse, right? Because having the most solo kills does mean that you are the most aggressive, or one of the most aggressives there, as Weiser may... Okay, no, Weiser is fine. That means that you're probably one of the more aggressive mid laners in the league, looking consistently for fighting. And that can work out marvelously well if you're able to solo kill, like Kaz is able to do. He can get a lot of solo kills, but that also can translate into a lot of solo deaths. And that's kind of the double-sided coin that you're playing with here. If it works out, it's going to look amazing though. And for Kaze, already level 6, already showing it up. I think last game played a really good Akali game, having a couple of mistakes here and there, but in general, like that solo kill on their turret, I did watch that solo kill. That was hilarious. Kind of similar to how Roamer died actually, but this time around getting the kill himself.
And a little bit more lore that I actually got between games from Peter Dunn, the man himself.
Of course.
Obviously, was on, worked for Mad Lions, then worked for Heretics, was in Brazil, kind of where he cut his teeth in 2016, led that INTZ squad to that win over EDG at Worlds. He tweeted, this is public knowledge now, he put it on the internet. He said, so, confession time. 3 years ago, Arenae, Arenae, I guess a former coach for Mad, but he actually had Kaze on Heretics' initial scouting shortlist when he joined, and also in 23-24. Beardun says, I actually vetoed it because of concerns about consistency, culture shock, and level of opposition. And also, he was 16, so it might not even been legal to import him into the LEC, but he clearly had hands. And watching him smurf all over everyone in LTA South, maybe I got to eat some crow on that. Maybe that was preemptive, saying he couldn't handle it.
It's a fair look. I think it's fair to have concerns about culture shock,
100%.
especially considering that that I'm essentially from a full footballing background. I 100% have seen that, so I cannot question anyone that believes that's a problem. That being said, I'm also a fan of trial by fire, so I would 100% have just brought him there, make him fail if that's the case, and then try again. That's my motto for life. So certainly Kaze had something that he can show up, and he's showing it up right here. And if he can keep on going like this, like the thing is his. I think Kaze has it to keep on going like this. The problem is he will face a wall multiple times because of his type of playstyle. And you have to take that into account and fully go with it. Because if not, that's going to bite you back. But so far it's working, and that's great.
Yeah. Well, and always more Dia pictures. Rose, you ask such silly questions sometimes. Yeah, but also you need mental resilience as well, right?
Yeah.
When you finally encounter adversity, because Kaze, he's just been dumpstering everybody, and you naturally, right? To your point, you would think, okay, he's going to get to tier 1. Yes, it's LTA South, but it's still tier 1. And again, we've seen so many mid laners come up from tier 2 and just fall flat, right?
Yeah.
But he's in a good environment right now, right? This red project, this red renaissance has gone really well so far. And yeah, if it was kind of trial by fire, the backside of that, right? Like you've been alluding to, the backside of that is it can shatter your confidence.
Exactly.
And then you never hear from that player again.
Yeah, like realistically, you have to be ready for everything, and that's sadly a reality that not a lot of teams are willing to go for, and not a lot of players even are willing to go for it. That's a great image, by the way.
not sure what inspired the pose, but he should keep that around.
Is it like a star? I think it's a star, no?
Maybe it is a star. You know what? I didn't think about that. So maybe, I mean, Dia is a star. We know that, but very, elite picture. Thank you, Rose. Again, I don't know why you doubted to ever put that on the screen. That should be on the screen. I think that should replace the Dancing Morgana, in my opinion. Equalizer comes down. Hero's entrance in over the top as well. Wiser trying to get in on FNB. They're having a duel on the side, but meanwhile, Karaoke able to take down this opposite number. He'll get taken down by Kaze on the other side, though. Still a 2v2 on the other side, and a 1v1 on by the Tri-Brush. Kuri, you're going to take a magical journey out of danger, potentially. If his Q comes back up, you can get a stun there on Akaze, but he'll flash away from it. The Abscond not going to land. Frosty can provide the rest of the CC. Kaze going to get the damage down. It'll be FNB that locks up another kill. Make it 2. Kuri gets the power and auto off, and that will be it. Kaze going to get another one. It's deja vu all over again, TDS.
That should not have worked that well. It started with Doom dying so early on in that fight, but Kaze finding the angle there, and you have to give props. This all comes as well from the fact that they are winning so early on, because Kaze survives for so long thanks to having more levels on his Kingslayer, having more value in his healing, and also opportunities to get more resets. And this also comes from the fact of what we were talking before, lack of early damage. It's all on Karaoke there. He has to be the one that deals the damage to kill the members, but he also doesn't have necessarily a ton of early damage. So when Wiser is separated, when the rest of the members are not in the right spot, it's really difficult to be able to take down this mid lane on the side of red. And now it's not only the teamfight win that we saw bot side, but it's also going to be 2 grubs, or actually did they just get 1? Yeah, 1 grub at the very least for red, and a couple more bits of gold in general for them.
Like you said, you had to wait for the damage to come in for this Pain composition, and Red have so much effing damage, and they made it Pain's problem here.
Yeah, like you can see, even with the way that the fight started, because it was Doom early engaging into an ultimate from Kaze that knocked up nobody, compared to when Roamer was able to knock them up. And here, with Karaoke down, it's only Roamer, Bard, and Wiser trying to put the damage down. And Wiser is the only one that really has damage. When Roamer flashed in, barely can do anything at all. And that's why they lacked enough to be able to even close out on 1 or 2 kills. Everyone was really low on the side of red. But there's no damage, so you cannot kill them. And this is the problem with this early sort of composition. That's why I don't understand why they want to try and force anything at this point. Because realistically, they just need to wait a little bit more. And the game kind of naturally falls into the right place.
Yeah, exactly. No, you wait it out, like you said, and then Wiser, he's going to become a menace really quick, right? You can isolate any target you want, right? Rebello, he's not running Cleanse, right? He's not running Conqueror or anything, right? He's got Flash Ghost on a very immobile AD carry, right? So you've got your assassination targets. Just let the game kind of play out. And look, I enjoy Bard as much as the next guy. He's one of my favorite champions to play. I think he's one of the best champions in the game, period, just from a design perspective. He's got sneaky early damage, but again, let's say something that doesn't need to actually be said out loud. You can't rely on that. And now they find themselves in a 1,500 gold hole here as the Void Grubs are being taken. Red will also take, or no, Pain are going to take that last Void Grub, excuse me, but Dragon being taken on the other side, pretty much uncontested by Doom. Not even an objective trade here. I mean, you know, the one grub goes over, fantastic. You're still feeling all right about that. Red got themselves the feat as well. So they're feeling really, really good here. 1,500 gold up at 11 minutes. And TDS, again, it's like it's the same thing all over again. But this time, for Red Canids' composition, it's always crucial you extend your lead, right, and play a good mid game. It is capital N necessary. You have to do this for Red Canids because this composition is going to fall off a cliff if you don't, right? Maybe Kaze can just Kaze his way through some stuff. Silas Scales, okay. But Pain will just run right over you. If this gets to 20 minutes and your lead is still 1,500, the timbre of the game changes completely.
Yeah, they need to keep up this sort of aggressiveness that they are trying to bring forward. That's why having Kaze, I would say, being the fattest member is going to be really ideal for them because he steals the Galio ultimate that enables now Frosty and Doom to be a little bit more aggressive because there's always going to be that follow-up that you kind of want to have from Kaze, especially from maybe a place where they are not really close, then he can try and force something like that. But you need to push the issue a little bit more. Not necessarily now, maybe you don't need to force it at 12 minutes, but at 15, 100%. Oh, Wiser. Close.
Never a doubt. I wasn't worried. I don't know about you. No ultimate, though. So Frosty and Doom trying to punish that. Kuri really can't do much. Frosty just bodyguarding. That's going to be a lot of plates going into the hands of Kaze and Doom. And a lot of gold as well as an extension. So again, extending that lead. So another minute for these turret plates to be up here. But you got two on the back of it. Maybe this third one will ding into their pockets. But we shall see. Mikhail's coming in here for Kuri. I guess to go against. I mean, you've got the it's a lot of CC from Frosty, basically, right? The charm. I guess you can't cleanse a knockup as is famously known, but into the chains of corruption, into Frosty, fine pickup.
And it's one of those things where it can really change some of the dynamics of teamfights because you get that extra healing as well from out of nowhere. So you always have to keep that in mind whenever you want to force fights. And if you want to push your lead, having just a tad bit extra health to be able to take down anyone can really, really be ideal there. Ooh, not enough damage to kill Titan there, but nice force at the very least. They did blow the barrier. That was close.
Yeah, man, this lethality Varus, dude, it's still strong. Still really good with the Halo Blades as well. That Yomu's rush into the Muramana. The early damage from it is just incredibly strong. Kaze able to miss the abduct here as Kuri going to take a magical journey. Will hop right over that ward. Weiser's got some help now, even though he's low. Flash forward, flash away now from Kaze. The Ignite takes down. Try to get back in. Weiser sidestepped it very nicely. Kind of playing with fire here, but now Doom and Frosty taking the scenic route. FNB taking the route with the TP. No. Rebello coming in hot here. Maybe they can force a dive. They've got no way. There goes the equalizer. Doom if he can get the knock-up, but the stasis will keep them both alive for now. The charge connects. Red Canids are running riot on this Rift TDS. What the heck is going on?
They are just managing out the situations much better. It starts with Kaze, yes, forcing heavily on the fight, but there's something that we're talking about. They need to force the issue here in some of this plays. Take the risk that comes with it, but you need to force it. And if it works out, it's going to be great because you get this sort of situations where there's two on their turret, nobody coming to support because you know that there's two members pushing down the turret down in the bot side, and Sivir will not do anything to try and support you. Like, what is Sivir going to do against any of these members? Nothing. She's dying if she comes here. So it's 2 against 4. There's barely anything to stop it because Weiser also took all the damage from Kaze before. And even if you take down the turret down bot side, it's going to be answered with the turret up there in the top lane. So all in all, it's just a play that favors much better the side of Red. They did not take the turret top lane, which I think maybe a little bit of a mistake in terms of gold, but in general with the play, the idea still stands really well, and this also enables them to have a little bit more of a lead going into this Rift Herald.
This could be a really, really big fight here. Everyone's got their first items. Everyone's on kind of an item and a half right now in Pain Gaming. This composition can team fight decently well. I mean, that's the one thing that Red really doesn't have, right? You talked about it in Draft TDS, the ways to start fights. It's really just on this Rakan, right? The follow-up is really good.
He does have
the
flash,
Silas and the Xin Zhao. does have flash. He can get a little creative
Ooh.
with it. Speaking of getting creative with the angles, Kaze looking for a cheeky way in here.
Kaze.
He's going to find Titan.
Oh,
The spell shield
no.
go down to get ripped apart. Kaze against Titan. The anime lore battle we didn't know we needed is defining this series. Chains of Corruption goes out, but it really doesn't affect a whole lot. Big ol' taunt, big ol' stasis. Pain is just buying time here, but it's a 5 against 2. FNB drops the equalizer over the top. I have no words. TDS, Pain are getting tossed to and fro by this young upstart Red Canids roster.
Yeah, this is not like watching Leviathan or Fluxo. This is Pain we're talking about, and Red is doing such a marvelous job at managing them out. Like that previous team fight, it's a great showing of something similar that happened to the previous game. Flank ward on the side. Kaze takes it, and everyone is just playing the fight, pushing them towards that angle. FNB is also in a flank angle, so you know that he's going to collapse on the right part, but he doesn't need to overly commit. He just needs to wait for them to kind of come into their face, and then with the ultimate, you just kind of layer the ground for Kaze to run over everyone. And as you see, as soon as Titan uses the spell shield, there's nothing to protect him from Kaze in that position, and then it's such an easy fight to follow up on. It's just those right steps taken at the right time from the side of Red, and really doesn't look like a team that is kind of new, that it has a lot of young players. Yes, they may have a little bit of experience, but when you're going against a more experienced roster, this sort of playstyle is something that you're not expecting to see as effectively pulled out.
No way. No, I got really worried when we saw this draft, honestly. I got really, really worried because it is so hard to play out. Now, look, I do still think the real challenge is still ahead of them, but a lot of teams, to your point, don't even get this far.
It's so well done. Like, you can see it there as, oh, Curry, yeah, you're dead. Oh,
Good night.
No. That super short bard portal to just try and escape from certain doom is kind of cute there, but it's just the reality of the game. Like, it may be cute, but it's not going to save you. That being said, for all that has happened, and to your point, it's only a 4.4k lit. Like, that is still, I would say, just not enough to really make me feel like Red is in a spot where they can run over with the game. Exactly. And also, just quickly, what Dragon Soul is it? Because I think it is
Ocean.
Okay, it's Ocean. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough actually to justify them winning the game with Ocean Soul. Because yeah, you get a great healing for Kaze, but I don't think that's the real problem in that situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think I agree with you too. I mean, FNB, right? He's popping off as well. I mean, 505 for Kaze. FNB's having a really good game so far. Rebello, right? He could just sit back and, until Romer and Weiser get really, really thick, the lethality Varus is going to be great. I think that's one thing also to worry about, right? Is basically until that Cyrilda's comes in, Rebello's going to have a really tough time. There's going to be this window where you're kind of not doing anything, but that's the beauty of this composition is that you have damage coming from everywhere else. And when these guys are on the front foot, Pain have had a really tough time fighting into them. But again, the scaling heavily favors them. Okay.
That was cute.
Yeah, I guess that was a stolen Bard ult. So, not going to find his mark. I don't know if he meant to ult the tower, but either way, coming in here, Romer actually getting some heal cut. And the AP heal cut. It's not going to be Thornmail. He's going to be, maybe he'll just sit on the, why can I not think of the name of the opponent? Holy Frosty's just dead! Shutdown comes in. Oh my goodness, and the stasis just barely missed. The Tempered Fate almost found its mark. Would have been a couple more kills there probably for Pain. As Kaze having some one-on-one time with that tower. Titans coming up. Rebello joining him as well.
That was instantaneous deletion onto Frosty. Like, they found, as soon as that stun hit from the part, they immediately moved into a really good ultimate by Weiser for the follow-up. I think maybe Romer, a little bit too trigger happy with that ultimate, wasn't needed at all. But the follow-up Bard ultimate also good, because it did blow Doom's Flash, so you already taking down tools from the side of Red to try and force a fight in the future. Will that be enough for the coming minutes? Probably not. But at the very least, you're taking away resources that are going to be really important for some of the fights in the future. They also take down mid lane turret on the side of Red. So all in all, a lot of value still able to be found in that position. And even though it was a great kill onto Frosty, the gold lead is still over 4k. But it's better than not getting anything.
Yep, and it went on to Wiser, right? We talked about him as someone who,
Yeah.
look, now he's on 2 items. He's going to be really scary as this game goes on. He's going to have to be. It can't just be Titan. That was part of the issue. Not the whole story, obviously, but part of the issue in game 1. It was just Titan. And that can work. That has worked for Pain, actually.
Yeah.
But Wiser, he's got the carry pants in him. He's a former CBLOL MVP, right? When the chips are down, he can show up big, but he has not been the star of the show ever since Titan has joined this team. The last time, when Wiser won MVP, it was not Titan on the team. I'll put it that way, right? The team had a little bit of a different look a couple years ago when he won MVP. But Red TDS really looking so strong here. They're up 13 kills to 3. Atakan looking to be started one more time here. We saw how this ended last time. Just getting some vision down on it instead with the Dragon up in a minute as well. It might be a fight for Dragon, get the Atakan as the prize angle.
It could also fall into that. Also, Kaze and trying to push on the side lane. He does have teleport. There needs to be an answer here. It's more than likely going to be Wiser. Roamer can try and respond as well, but I do think that they want to keep him closer to the ultimates just in case, and Wiser being on the side teleport. But Kaze really is a menace even when he's looking out on the side lane. You can really feel how scared they are to try and play around him, so they need to be extra careful about that situation. Now, the Atakan, like you're mentioning here, could be the objective. I'm expecting to see the Dragon be the thing that they are going to fight for at this point and wait a little bit longer for that Atakan. Because all in all, you do want to stack a little bit more of the flowers and try and get a bit more opportunity to make this Atakan more valuable than just taking it immediately. And also, it's not an objective that you want to force super early on, just because you still will take quite a bit of damage from him. And
Yeah.
it's also a bothersome objective to try and deal with. So I am expecting to see the Dragon be just a bit more focused than this Atakan at this point. And it looks like Red is probably going to go for that as well. Although I love the split here of trying to go for the turret
Yeah.
and then also for the Dragon. Really smart by Red.
No, this is great. I mean, and Wiser has to get up there to respond, right? And Roamer as well. Now the TP coming in. They got the top tier. They didn't get the top tier too, but they drew enough attention away. Now Roamer's going to have to blow a TP if he wants to get in there. But by the time Kaze got back and blew his TP, it is already done. Now maybe they look for the Atakan. Maybe Red just look for a pick. This composition can get picks pretty easily if Frosty can get in, but stunned up here. I think that was Curry's Q that hit him. Doom's got to be careful. He's going right in. Frosty with the follow-up CC. The Tempered Fate will find its mark. Equalizer goes down. They're making it a lot tougher for Pain to get into this fight. In goes Roamer. He gets a lot of the CC up, but Titan not getting enough damage here.
Dude is so strong as well.
So far, Titan got really low. Again, he still got that big old target painted on his back, so one more kill for Red. They're going to grab this tower, and onto the Atakan they go.
How they killed so quickly Carioca that means smite down for the Atakan. And look at that. You can really look into the right side and look all those flashes down. 3 flashes because Carioca is dead. Plus the barrier from Titan, plus Roamer's teleport. It's all just effectively managed here. And even though Titan got the IE already, it just feels like these items are arriving a tad bit late because that would have been ideal in the previous fight. Problem is that you just see how they are setting up for success on the side of Red, and it doesn't look like it's going to be much better than this. As Aussie doesn't get stopped. Oh, the
and now
counter.
he just swipes it and uses it on him.
Yeah.
Kaze publicly executes the Executioner. Frosty helps out with the CC, and Kaze is on his 6th kill of the game. 606 for him. 303 for Rebello. It's been an absolute masterclass from the Wolfpack here as they bully Carioca out of his own jungle. Maybe Roamer can get on a Doom here.
More.
Did Doom just get a little too big for his britches? No. Pain aren't even going to try.
Now, it's fine to respect the play. I think it's good if you want to force it, but you don't need to overly commit, especially because, once again, yes, you are ahead on the side of Red, but a huge amount of that gold is on Kaze. You don't want to play away from the one that has essentially almost all the gold in your team, and he's taking down a turret by himself, so you can just wait and play the game out this way. You're going to accrue more gold advantages. 6.6k at 25, not necessarily a bad thing, and plus the Atakan that they just got, they can now try and threaten the Baron. That being said, Baron is going to be a bit more difficult than the other objectives because there's not a Baron taker or a good Baron damage dealing champion on the side of Red. Varus, it's not going on hit, so that's going to make it a little bit more difficult for him to deal with Baron buff. Kaze is not necessarily bad, but he also takes a little bit of time. And then FNB does burn down the objective good enough, but not fast enough that you want to try and force it. So they can play for Baron, but ideally I think they want to play more for the turn on Baron.
Yeah, no, I think the turn could be really deadly. Doom. Clear out some vision here. FNB, almost level 16 on 2.5 items right now. Got the Bloodletter's Curse as well.
Ooh,
See what he
Frosty.
can get done here. Romer maybe have caught Frosty. The anti-heal is
Ooh.
down. Doom going forward here. Spell shield on Titan. Lands the Q, but he can't go forward. Romer will go
Oh.
down. Rebello shows up, and the Tempered Fate
Look at
again buys a
Weiser.
little bit of time, but there's nothing they can do. Weiser getting shredded as well. Red executing their comp fantastically. Kazi's got to be a little bit careful here, but he does have the stolen ult if he wants to go right back in. Curry takes a magical journey out of trouble. He ults Carioca, but will retreat now.
If that connects, that's a dead Carioca there, but you just see the aggressive mindset that they have, but in a really nice controlled manner, knowing that they have enough to be able to take them down here. With no mid laner, they just go immediately for Baron, and even though it may not necessarily be the quickest Baron, it's going to be pretty easy for them to obtain it. Such a good decision making there by Red, and Doom not feeling any fear at all. Flash into ulti, into killing Romer, into then following up onto any other potential kill. As quickly as they pull away from the fight, they turn around to try and go for the objective. And I really like this mindset by Red, that it's not only the kills, it's what you accomplish with those kills. You may get like 15 kills, but if those 15 kills turn into no objective, they are pretty much meaningless. But this time around, they go for the 16 kills, they get 5 turrets in the process, 3 dragons, 1 Atakan, 2 Grobs, the Baron buff. It's just all objective minded with a lot of aggression into kills as well. And that's beautiful to see, really.
I mean, this team looks so veteran, right? I mean,
Yeah.
like the way they're playing out. And again, this composition, it cannot be overstated, right? If you watch any amount of professional League of Legends, you know when a composition gets drafted like the Red Kid composition, there's a part of you, especially like, you know, as a caster, you go, like all your alarm bells start going off, right? Because you've seen this.
Yeah.
And about this time, it all just goes pear-shaped. But they've got an 8,000 gold lead now. 3 dragons to 0, 5 towers to 2, and a Baron that has gotten plus 500 surplus value. Soul on the line here. Pain have to try and contest this, but
Yeah, it's just so effective from them, and understanding that with their gold lead, they can really just try and push them away without having to worry about anything. If they don't walk too far forward, they get collapsed on by a huge Kaze, and also Frosty with ultimate that can just engage at any point. And then Doom, oh, they find Carioca.
there goes the equalizer. Frosty
It's
in,
just
getting more
dead.
CC down. The redemption does absolutely nothing. Frosty is running completely unopposed. Kaze still got the Galio ult, and he won't have to use it. They get 3 kills off that, a double for Doom, because why the heck not? Get your jungler involved in the party. He's been great.
Yeah, Dragon didn't even die in the process.
Yeah.
They were taking it, but they don't even care. They are going to push here, and it's only Titan and Curry to try and stop this. Titan has an ultimate, but he just runs away really quickly with it. Nothing team fight related, just saving his life in that position. And now they are going to keep him pushing here for the Nexus. They can really win it.
I think they can win it right
5
here.
members strong.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I think the respawn timers might just be too long. Red
Ooh, they are
Knit
deciding against.
will back off. I had my victory speech locked and loaded, and they denied me that.
You know what? I think it's fine, respectable. You don't need to overly commit. You're in the driver's seat. You're ahead. You can get soul here. There's nothing at all to stop you, and realistically, you can win the game in the next 3 minutes as well.
100%.
It's just taking a little bit longer for that. But all in all, it's perfect there. And you can see here, they are taking the long way around, but as soon as they find Carioca, it's Kaze and the AD carry ready to respond to the play. The quick engage by Frosty as well, finding such a good angle. And the members that are stuck are dead. The members that can run away can do anything at all because they are just trying to save their lives. And for Red, it's just such an easy, controlled fight that they are able to find and win it out really effectively as well.
Yeah, that fan shaking his hand saying, Akabul, it's over. They're not
Yeah,
coming
it's over.
back from this. This looks, I mean, you know, doing it once, okay, it's a fluke. Doing it twice here, there are some very serious conversations that we've got to start asking ourselves as we get into the elimination phase, right? It's like, FourY4 who, right? It's like, we've almost forgotten about
Yeah.
them. Well, okay, maybe we haven't, I don't know. But I feel like, I mean, but Red, they've just taken the spotlight all of a sudden. We have a very legitimate contender for, I mean, a really strong top 3. I thought the top 3 was going to be composed of Pain, FourY4, and Loud. But Loud have taken so long to get going. They looked a little better yesterday, but oh, wow, it's still not great. Stasis goes down. Tempered Fate finds FNB. There goes a public execution. Can they get something down here? This is
Oh,
do or
wait.
die for Pain. This is the Alamo right now.
Oh,
FNB
FNB.
gets the equalizer down. He survives, but not long enough. That's a ton of damage, but the fight doesn't go on, so he gets nothing out of it. Shut down for Titan. That is huge.
That first fight they find really effectively here on the side of Pain, and crucially I would say FMB is stepping too far forward because he was in this position where he could just try and play around his team a little bit more, instead opts against it, going a little bit too far forward into the base. Kaze here doesn't have fear because he knows he has the team members close by. He also has Sun to steal a lot of healing and quite a huge amount of health bars there to really survive, but this does put a stop into the potential push on the base of Pain, and that means that they are able to buy themselves a little bit more time. Another thing we need to consider, yes, Red is extremely far ahead, but Sivir is 3 items completed at 30 minutes.
Yep.
So now Wave Clear is pretty comfortably on the side of Pain. Oh, wait, Romer.
Ooh, unless Romer just gets caught here, but he is a thick, thick king. He's got some vamp as well, but
how thick,
CC
though?
makes that not thick enough, man. Not thick enough. Just
Yeah.
2 Cs. You need at least 3 Cs and a Q to get rid of this Red Knid's composition. Titan so low, throws up the spell shield.
Oh, Titan is dead.
And this is just doom. This is it. This is the game.
Oh,
Red
no.
Knids are gonna take the victory here. Titan, out of an abundance of caution, tried to spell shield the abscond and gets hit by the stolen tempered fate. Kaze again, man, showing why he is absolutely a force to be reckoned with in this league.
Yeah, you were mentioning the pocket pig, but I wasn't expecting a gust of wind being able to destroy a Titan just like that. That is so well done by them, and they even just following up with more. They want to not only close out the game, but they want to keep their KDAs as great as possible. Yeah, that's not going to be a kill. The game is over, and Red just showing that they want to be the face of the league now instead of everyone else.
Absolutely unbelievable. I mean, just like truly unbelievable.
Yep.
I think everyone would have been perfectly fine if I had predicted a Pain 2-0. This is where the fun stops for Red. But a 2-1 or a 1-2 or a 2-0 for Red Knids. What a story, man. Now the fun starts. Now we get into Fearless BO5. Now, I mean, I feel bad. Because it's like, I just feel like, but we'll figure it out in playoffs, right? We'll see, what they're really made of here. But they just 2-0'd. No, they didn't just 2-0. They embarrassed Pain Gaming.
Yeah, that was a situation where you think that they have a chance, and then they never really get a chance. Because all series long, actually, from game 1 to game 2, from the start to the end of both games, you see Red just running the show so effectively, and I want to really give props to them because it's not just a typical, like, maybe they cheese their way into a win,
No, not
or
at all.
they
Not at
find
all.
two random team fights that immediately won the game. No, like from start to finish, they were
Front to back.
dominating. They won early skirmishes with early leads from the start to finish, never fearful about trying to force engages, smartly deciding targets. I think particularly more so, especially in some of the situations, playing for their strengths. Because in first game, I think they played better against the strength of the team, so controlling the strength of the enemy team really well and killing the AD carry so effectively. And then this game, understanding that Kaze was going to be the star, he gets an early kill so he can play around that really effectively, and then they play around that super well. They never really force fights when Kaze is not close by or able to follow up effectively with a Galio ultimate. And I think that's a smart adaptations in game that really show that this team can play well together and that they are ready to play for what they think is their strength in a lot of those situations. I still think they need a little bit more time to really be faced with the top calls, because obviously playoffs is where everything really inks into. But so far, I think they are a really good team. They're a really smart team, and they are a really fun team. So they have all the things that I'm excited to see from a team, really.
I was gonna say, I mean, what more could you ask for? Really, I mean, just incredible stuff. And again, from Pain, I don't know, man. I mean, again, it doesn't feel like they did anything like insanely dumb or really stupid. I think Red just kind of manhandled them. They were at every objective first. They were getting solo kills, and Doom was just everywhere in the early game, man.
Yeah.
And I mean, I give him a lot of credit, man. 'Cause I thought even I thought the hype was a little unjustified personally, but I'm being made to eat my words now, man. The kid looks really, really legit. He had a fantastic early game.
I think the thing with Doom that surprises me, but I feel like one of the things that were unfair with Doom coming into last split, because if I'm not wrong, he was able to play a couple of games last split.
They got him in there for a bit.
Before being changed. And I think he was a victim of much bigger problems that Red had. at the time. And we saw those problems really consistently in the previous split. But this time around with a new approach, with, I would argue, not necessarily better laners, but a much better dynamic with their laners, like he really can shine much more effectively, because I do think that he's a great aggressive jungler, and he's taking advantage of the fact that his laners, when they are ahead or controlling the tempo of the lanes, like he just makes more value out of them. Like, it's so nice to see a jungler understanding this sort of situations. And for something that I think Tattoo was really good at in some situations, I think Doom is also showing up and being really good at those situations as well.
I don't think that is unfair to say at all. I mean, next week playoffs are going to be absolutely